I go. Batty, oh, batty, batty. Batty, oh, batty. Batty, oh, batty. Hey, hey. Hey.
Who are you today?
Achome. Nianku. 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 One check, Jimmy.
Mini one check.
Tigali one check.
Okay.
Tigali one check.
So you are going to prophesy for us?
I prophesy that at 6:30 we'll talk about iron deficiency. In the next hour, we'll have Kwesi Chidakwa, Oscar Professor, for the headlines. Today is World Meteor Day. I prophesy. And you shall speak about that.
Okay.
Thank you.
So World Metro Day, yes. We'll be looking at what that means. We've had rain in some parts of Accra this morning. Some are excited. I've had rain in my neck of woods for a long time, so I am already super excited. But we'll also be looking at the minerals, industrial minerals in Ghana, and the Minerals Commission will be sitting with us for that conversation. In Neze, Mefram Tam Fefe Fel Morocco Kwambo. Nti nketesiafo nyina wombra ne yenza asaw because here afashe Akwambo is a festival I'm going to today, and all the young maidens are going to be doing some dancing. So come with me as we tour Fantiland together. We are not alone. We are here, and the prophet will prophesy who's coming in.
David Valerie. David Valerie. David Valerie. Over to you.
Akwe. Wezo, good morning. So, I'm representing a maiden from the Volta region, and dressed like this, when there are functions, I sort of usher the priest and the royals, I usher them into the event or the palaces. So yes, I'm a maiden, and today I'll be ushering you to do rush hour. We'll be doing it around the Accra Tamamoto way. We'll be looking at the Accra Mall bus stop area. We'll be looking at what traffic looks like. So you can send us what traffic looks like from where you are coming from or where you're going, what it usually looks like, to our WhatsApp number 055-55-61034 or to. And then we are live on Facebook as the Ghana Broadcasting Corporation and YouTube as the Ghana Broadcasting Corporation. The hashtag to follow, guys, is GTV Breakfast. Also, yesterday, before keep an eye, we were at the Odor River. Today, we are going back there, and then we are taking you all the way back from where the Odor actually begins from. Back to the Okonfo and Tigari Wanche. Back to you guys.
We have the breakfast news at 6 a.m. Breakfast sport is at 7 a.m. and our representative from the north, who is representing the Ashanti Kingdom this week, Multi, will be making that possible. Bati. Memamwachio dachi hima ewo asante mantemu na emamu achi anopeyi efreme maltiti dachi hima maltiti. 6 a.m. news on GTV Breakfast namede ebreono. Enti yebeshe the extension of the deadline for the SIM card registration and also a cut to the monthly allowance of the Council of State members. Let's start off with the Council of State members. And the Council of State members have announced a 20% cut in their monthly allowances to help ease pressure on the national purse. The chairman of the Council of State, Nana Otuo Serebuo, said this when the council met with President Akufo-Addo at the House Accra. This comes on the heels of a 30% cut of salaries of government appointees.
We, as the Council of State, had also decided that we will reduce our monthly allowances by 20% until the end of this year. This will be contributing our widow's mite to our total efforts at economic recovery. We hope that this small gesture would be emulated by other organs of government, of states.
Now, 6 envoys accredited to Ghana have presented their letters of credence to President Akufo-Addo at the Jubilee House in Accra. From Algeria, Suriname, North Korea, Indonesia, Finland, and Gambia. Edward Nyako reports.
Algiers and Accra have had a well-established relationship for over 60 years, but now the two countries are focusing more on trade and investment. Presenting his credentials to President Akufo-Addo, Algeria's ambassador to Ghana, Mr. Ali Radel, said the security threat posed by jihadis in the Sahel required an African solution, and Algeria will work with Ghana to address it.
I am mandated by the high authorities of my country to further promote our bilateral relations at the political and security, economic, cultural, and technical levels.
So we know the strong historical developments that have taken place in the energy sector in Algeria, and we think that it would be a good idea for us in Ghana also to benefit from that experience.
Next to the president was Suriname's ambassador to Ghana, Fidelia Grant Gallon. President Akufo-Addo said relations between the two countries are hinged on long historical antecedents and hope to expand it to cover the economic sphere. North Korea's ambassador, Jong Tong-kul, was next to have fraternal exchanges with President Akufo-Addo. The president was upbeat the ties between the two countries will improve during the tenure of Mr. Kohl. Indonesia and Ghana were founding members of the Non-Aligned Movement, NAM. The new envoy is Dr. Usuru Harahap.
Ghana is one of the important partners to Indonesia in Africa. Our volume of trade is only about $250 million US. It is not reflecting the real capacity of our bilateral trade cooperation. We need to boost the volume of trade between Indonesia and Ghana.
We have basis for very strong ties and good relations, yes, and we should build on it. And I'm hoping that your period here, as the ambassador of Indonesia to Ghana, will provide the occasion for this renewal and enhancement of our relations.
Yes.
Accra and Helsinki have strong bilateral ties with Ghana, sitting at the top as a trading partner of Finland in West Africa. Ambassador Lina Peslivainen lauded the leadership of President Akufo-Addo and pledged to deepen economic cooperation between the two countries.
We follow very closely the work that you are doing, and we highly appreciate the way you work regionally and internationally, globally, to promote our shared values of democracy, peace and security, sustainable development.
The areas of concern for you are very much the areas of concern for us. Already, the former Minister for Education, who's now the Minister for Energy, paid a very important visit to Finland and my institution to go and develop, discuss with you opportunities in education, especially education at the primary school level. And then he came back with a very positive report as to what is feasible, and I believe that is being worked upon.
Gambia's new High Commissioner to Ghana is Mohamed Musa Njai.
Because of our strong bilateral relations, we have a community in Gambia that's called Ghana Town, the Ghanaians. They've been there for many, many years. And it shows that regional integration and inclusion is possible.
The elections that you held in the Gambia are a refreshing alternative to that rather dismal picture to show that the flame of democracy is still very much alive.
Ghana and Banjul will continue to work together for the dividend of democracy to trickle down to benefit the youth in the ECOWAS region. Edward Nyako, reporting for GBC News.
Now, the deadline for the registration of subscriber identification module SIM cards has been extended to 31st July 2022. In a statement, the Ministry of Communications and Digitalization cites a number of factors, including the fact that over 7.5 million citizens and residents are yet to obtain Ghana cards to enable them register their SIM cards. It adds that more time will also be required to update the SIM registration app for the registration of diplomats, while a self-service SIM registration app is also being developed to facilitate registration of SIM cards for Ghanaians residents abroad. This will, however, be operational by mid-April. The SIM registration exercise began on 1st October 2021 and was expected to end March 2022. As at 17th March, more than 14 million SIM cards have been linked to the Ghana card and over 10 million bio captures conducted, with 99,445 new SIMs registered. Let's move to health, where the construction of the ultra-modern facility for the Accra Psychiatric Hospital is scheduled to begin in September instead of June. This is due to some delays in the technical evaluation of tenders and value for money prior to cabinet and parliamentary approval. At a news conference in Accra, the director of the hospital, Dr. Pina Manapau, disclosed that the intention to demolish the over 100-year-old facility is to reform mental health care in the country and reduce the stigma meted out to patients.
The redevelopment of the Accra Psychiatric Hospital was initiated by the Vice President Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia following his visit to the facility in 2017. Subsequently, a building committee set up to re-strategize, among others, designed the model for the building. The equipment list required for the facility has also been finalized. The facility will include support services such as diagnostic and imaging, clinical psychology wings, and staff quarters, as well as an education and research center. The structure is also designed to accommodate any amendments in the future and to adequately maintain it. A business model to generate revenue has been added. In addition to the wards and consulting rooms, the hospital will have private suites to comfortably accommodate patients and their families. Inpatient services will be ongoing during the construction. Plans are also in place to repatriate and reintegrate patients back into the community. As a result, the staff size will also be trimmed down. In collaboration with the Ministry of Health, the Ghana Health Service, and the Christian Health Association of Ghana and others, the staff are to be redeployed into the community to offer psychiatric services. This is to deinstitutionalize mental health care in the country. Funding for the projects will be absorbed by government's Agenda 111.
The concept underlining this project will, one, change the face of mental health in Ghana as a whole, forever. It will help reduce the stigma towards mental illness. Our clients and the professionals ourselves who work in the mental health care delivery system. It will also help bring mental health care delivery to the doorstep of the average Ghanaian.
In response to some views that the hospital should be relocated, consultant psychiatrist Professor Sami Ohene said that would further reinforce the stigma meted out to patients.
We are looking at admitting people who have an acute need for care. A very disturbed individual will be brought into the hospital. Sometimes within 3 days, 4 days a week, they are better and then they are discharged. There are many people with mental illness. Not all of them require to be on admission in hospital. Majority of people can be treated as outpatients. For those who require admission, for many of them, a week, maximum 2 weeks is more than enough to get them to the stage where they can continue treatment from home or in the community.
Management of the hospital say the 14-acre land have not been sold to any private investor. Sarah for GBC News, Accra Psychiatric Hospital.
Stay on Health, and the Ashanti Regional Directorate of Health Services has called for calm as an unexplained illness spreading across the region triggers fear among residents. The health condition, which has now been confirmed as an acute severe respiratory illness or SARI, has already claimed 2 lives, with many others hospitalized in the last 2 weeks. GBC News has established that contrary to the general fear among residents in the Ashanti region, the disease is neither a new strain of COVID-19 or an influenza.
All the cases that we followed up, we got to their homes, examined and also interviewed people who are living by. None of them had anything. If it were to be an infectious disease, some other people in the household may be affected. Tests that were carried out showed that there was nothing like influenza or COVID-19. We were particular about these 2 diseases because they are likely to mimic or pose this kind of or depict this kind of trend. If you have influenza, you can have this kind of thing. If you have COVID-19, maybe a new variant coming in, you can have this. But luckily, these 2 things have been ruled out, and we are certain of what we are talking about. But we are not relenting efforts. We are still monitoring those who come on admission. We have issued clear directives to all the districts and facilities as to what to do. Our rapid response team is on standby, looking at the trend. Our laboratory staff are also on the standby to pick samples and go and test. So I would say that we should stay calm. It's not anything new, but COVID-19 is still around.
On traffic, about 14 persons on board an Accra-bound Ford vehicle from Takwa have died in a car crash at Asemasa in the Shama district of the Western region. A number of bodies at the scene of the accident were left charred after the bus caught fire. Viewer discretion is advised on portions of this story.
Eyewitness accounts indicates that a Ford bus with registration number AS 662821 was traveling from Takwa to Accra. The commercial bus with passengers on board collided with a truck at Asemasa near Beposo on the main Takoradi Cape Coast Highway. The accident occurred after the truck lost control and burst its tire in an attempted overtaking and crashed into the Ford, which was paving way for an oncoming truck. All passengers on board the Ford were trapped in the process and got burnt to death. The Western Regional MTTD Commander, Chief Superintendent Isaac Kwesi Sokpa, said the charred bodies have been sent to the morgue at Cape Coast for preservation and autopsy.
As soon as we heard about the accident, and when we came to meet a truck and a Ford bus in flame. With the support of the Ghana National Fire Service, the fire has been put off, and so far the victims, who are all burnt alive, they've been burnt to death. And so we've been able to remove them, and now we are conveying them into the care truck.
The Western Regional Command of the MTTD is yet to issue a statement on the accident, as they were busy clearing the road for free flow of traffic while investigations continue.
And on the international front, Oxfam warned that up to 28 million people in East Africa are at risk of extreme hunger due to hikes in food and commodity prices, most of which is as a result of the Ukraine war and potential lack of rain. According to the organization, chance that the international community will not respond adequately. Millions of people in East Africa are already experiencing severe food insecurity. Kenya, Somalia, and Ethiopia are experiencing the driest weather in 40 years. Meanwhile, South Sudan is tackling ongoing flooding. East African countries get up to 90% of their wheat and other foodstuffs from Ukraine and Russia. Now, rescuers have found no survivors so far from a jet carrying 132 people which crashed in hills in southern China. Crash investigators are also given information on why China Eastern Flight MU 5735 plummeted over the sky on Monday. At the site of the Boeing 737-800 crash in Guangxi province is being hampered by difficult terrain. There has been an outpouring of grief in China, where families of passengers and crew are waiting for news. Meanwhile, hundreds of responders have been scouring the steeply forested slopes in Wuzhou, where debris from the plane was strewn after it broke apart and set fire to the hillside. That's how we wrap up the bulletin on GTV Breakfast at 6 a.m. I am Dachi Hima of Edriso, Dachi Hima Maltiti. And my proverb for the day, representing the Akan people, is Akom die enwani nchimo. Inti kafu dressing no die ene akom nebe. Pardon me if I don't remember. Thank you for staying. The reports after which Valerie will come your way with Keep an Eye. Stay with us.
Level. Excessive drinking can be detrimental to health. Not recommended for persons under 18 years, lactating mothers, pregnant women, and people sensitive to caffeine. This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
I am 7 years old. Beep, beep, beep. I am 4 years old.
We are 12 years old.
It's been 1 year since I started my antiretroviral treatment.
You can live a long, productive life with antiretroviral treatment. With antiretroviral treatment, HIV-positive expectant mothers can have healthy HIV-negative babies. Go to the nearest health center, test and know your HIV status. If you are positive, ask about treatment and you will receive help. Antiretroviral treatment is your only option for a long and fulfilling life.
This advert is brought to you by the Ghana AIDS Commission and Ghana Health Service.
From 1921 to 2021, the journey to our centenary has been amazingly worthy. Azar Group is 100 years and continues to achieve greatness.
Main brands which were in the company are Azar Tex, which is an emulsion paint, texture paints, which we were the first people to produce it in Ghana, and Azar Gloss, which is oil paint. We were the first people to produce the carpenter's glue. Now we have new products like silicone paint.
Join Azar Group celebrate 100 years and to create another brilliant 100 years together.
So, Merkuwezo, angononini wono. So I was learning the proverb. I haven't finished learning the proverb, but it's in line with what I'm going to say because angononini wono sort of says that describing something. And I'm going to be going to the Odor River for Keep an Eye. Yesterday, Alan was there. We are continuing today. So the Odor River is a combination of 5 tributaries from parts of Nsawam through Amasaman, Achimota, Aluseko, Braka, and then Agbogloshi. So up next is Keep an Eye. We are looking at the whole Odor River in its entirety.
To GTV Breakfast, this is Keep an Eye. We're coming to you today on the whole stretch of the Odor River. The Odor River, we understand, is a combination of 5 different tributaries, and they come together upstream all the way from Achimota through Alajo, and then it comes through the Kwame Nkrumah Circle area, down through the Graphic or Adabraka township, and then meets the Kole Lagoon just at around Agbogloshi, and then it makes its way into the sea through the Kole Lagoon. Ahead of the rains, we're told the Odor River is so badly choked that if nothing is done about it, people who live along the entire stretch of the Odor River, they have to revisit the flooding of their homes that happened some years ago. Indeed, we followed the Odor River all the way from the Kwame Nkrumah interchange end through the Adabraka township, and then through the Graphic Road end, also through Agbogloshi. And then we met it down where it comes together with the Kole Lagoon and enters the sea. The question is, how come we have such filth sitting in the Odor River? Some can be attributed to communities who live along the stretch of the Odor River who may end up or who may throw their household rubbish into the Odor River. Among the things you find in the Odor River causing the choking or the block is household materials, recyclable materials, and we even have in some areas a refrigerator, albeit stripped of its insulators and the rest of it is not biodegradable, and so for as long as it remains in the river, it causes the block. You will find that the Odor River seems to be flowing at a very, very slow pace. And this is because it is so badly choked from the depth of it all the way to the top. You also have green grass growing in there. What that should also tell you is that it has some amount of sand under the water, and so these grass could grow. We're looking at the Odor River, and from atop of the Kwame Nkrumah interchange, we have seen as far as it stretches through the Adabraka Township and through the Graphic Road end. We're now going to show up at the Agbogloshi end. And again, we'll look at how badly it is choked. There seem to be some dredging ongoing. And so at the Graphic Road end, you have a ship currently taking place. And so this material you see may have been dumped there about a year ago when this was dredged and it was not towed away. And so it still sits there and may find its way back into the Odor River come the rains. But ahead of the rains, we have seen some work currently ongoing. A collection of some sort currently taking place, meaning this material would not find its way back into the Odor River to cause any blocking or choking of the river. If this is done before the rains, then whatever is collected from here may eventually find its way wherever this material is being taken away to. And so across the road from the northward looking of the Odor River towards the Adabraka Township, we are currently facing the Agbogloshi end of town. And will be the pharmaceuticals and the now defunct Bayerman Cold Stores or Freezing Company. The nature of the Odor River out here remains the same, very badly choked with recyclable material. What you have predominantly out here is water bottles, and so all the water you can imagine, all the brands you have in Accra, the bottled water and the cellophane for our takeaway meals all end up in this. These are not biodegradable, and so efforts must be made to collect them to a recycling plant. And until that is done, we can surely look forward to a certain overflowing of the Odor River if the rains hit the ground. This is the nature of the Odor River ahead of the rains. But as I mentioned earlier, there is a certain work currently ongoing to collect from the banks of the river whatever material had been dumped there at the last attempted dredging. All too soon, we've come to what looks like the end of the long stretch of the Odor River as we journeyed from at least the top of the Kwame Nkrumah interchange, having taken shots from the stretch towards the Alajo end through the Adabraka Township. This is where the Odor River meets the Korle Lagoon and they both make their way into the sea. What you would realize is, having traveled that stretch, we come to points where the water seems stagnant and not even flowing. And where it flows really very slow. It becomes partially impossible for the eye to see unless a keen look is taken. Now we realize at this point, it is not as dirty and as choked as it looked upstream from the Adabraka Township and as we made our way here. Once again, a recap of what may seem to be the contributing factors are the communities that lives along the banks of the stretch of the lagoon. Having come this far, we can see, due to the dredging exercise taking place, this bit or this part of the water is freely flowing. It is indeed refreshing to think or to see that at least ahead of the rains, some amount of work is freeing up the water so that if the rains come today, the annual or the perennial flooding or overflow we witness along the stretch of the Odor River will not be, even if it will be, the impact will be as severe and life-threatening as it had been in years past. All thanks to the effort at desilting and dredging the Odor River from upstream as it made its way downstream towards the sea, and out here it meets the Korle Lagoon and they both enter the sea. Indeed, at the very end of the Odor River and where it meets the Korle Lagoon and they both flow into the sea, viewers would bear witness that what we saw earlier on where a good effort at desilting and dredging had taken place, the water looked really very beautiful. It is that same effort that's helped in freeing up this, as you can see, flowing towards the most dredged and most clean part. It is interesting to think that if this had been continued, then this whole stretch would have been as clean as what we saw earlier, a day or two past. Landmarks at this point of the stretch of the water is to my right, or towards the Kolebu end, you have the Bukom Boxing Arena, and then to our left, towards the Kolegono Lighthouse towards Jamestown, you have the Mudo Waste Treatment Plant. Very soon the rains will be with us. And if efforts are sustained at desilting or dredging the stretch of the Odor River as it winds its way through townships and meets the Kole Lagoon around towards the Jamestown end, what we will have is a clean water body whose overflow will not be as disastrous as anyone else would have imagined. Thank you very much for joining us. This has been Keep an Eye as we traveled the entire or the long stretch of the Odor River as it made its way through the various townships and meets the Kole Lagoon, and they both enter the sea. My name, as always, is Darrell Allen Tago. Thank you very much.
And so welcome back. Yes, that was a piece from the Odor River with our guy Alan, who is always on the beat. The hashtag to follow GTV Breakfast. We are live on YouTube as the Ghana Broadcasting Corporation, live on Facebook as the Ghana Broadcasting Corporation. Also, we'll take a quick break. The show continues after the break with Health Check, where Kafui will be sitting down with a good doctor to discuss iron deficiency anemia. And I leave you with this our proverb. It says that Angono nini ngono anichi kode joweji, simply meaning put more honey onto the adakwa. So it just means that make things that are sweet more sweeter. The hashtag to follow is GTV Breakfast. We'll be right back.
Anu chofa. Aha hilache. Nobody drinks medicine for a sick person. You drink your own. Carry your own cross. Good morning. Welcome to the show. We have Health Check, which is looking at iron deficiency anemia. You stay with us. We'll be right back.
The show was a jar or bar anyone concrete dim.
The groom is sick.
What?
Malaria.
Malaria. Lufat.
Injeja wohoma malaria enka wonto dem. Lufat eye malaria drop ekope.
And now you may kiss the bride.
Entrance Pharmaceuticals and Research Center. And aye Lufat. Lufat etu malaria sententem. FDA ahwehwe sa ededi ka.
Hashtag GTV Breakfast, hashtag Heritage Month on GTV. Our WhatsApp number is 055-556-1034 for your questions on iron deficiency anemia. First of all, what is anemia and what is iron deficiency anemia? My guest is a hematologist from Kolebu Teaching Hospital, Dr. Eugene Tete. Doc, good morning.
Yeah.
Good to see you here.
Good morning. Good to see you too.
Yes, and a happy Heritage Month to you.
Same.
I see you saw you got the memo. You're dressed
sure.
In the right way.
Sure.
Thank you so much.
Not as traditional as yours, but
it works.
It will do.
The fugu works.
Yes.
First of all, let's look at what anemia is and what iron deficiency anemia is. But before that, what does a hematologist do?
So hematologists, we are doctors who are specialized in blood disorders. So first train as a medical doctor, and then do postgraduate studies, and then you look at blood into detail. So too little blood, too much blood, bleeding, clotting, anything blood. That's our business.
Anything blood?
Anything blood.
Okay. Too much, too little?
Too little, bleeding, clotting, whatever, cancers.
And that's your field.
Yeah.
Now let's talk about anemia. What is it and how common is it in Ghana?
So anemia is... first, let me explain what we're looking at.
Yes.
So blood has certain cells in them. There are certain small particles which our eyes don't see, but we with the microscope can see. And this contains a chemical we call hemoglobin. And that is what most people will refer to as HB. I'm sure most of our pregnant women know HB 7.2, HB 8.5. That's what we measure. Now, when your HB falls below the expected normal for you, and it depends on your age, your sex, your geographical location, and then your state of physiology. So if you're a female, we expect a certain value of HB. If you are a teenager or you are a child, we have a certain value of HB. If you are living in Ghana, we expect a certain value of HB. Even in Ghana, if you are living in the mountainous areas, you are in a metropole or one of those areas, or if you're a Caucasian, if you are Chinese, all these things.
Why is that so much variation?
Yes, it's been found out that HB is driven by the level of oxygen in the atmosphere, and we all know from basic physics that the higher you go, then the less oxygen available. So then the body tries to make up. Yes. So our brothers on the mountainous areas have a higher level of HB than those at the sea level. Okay, so we have to take all this into consideration. It even considers whether you are pregnant or not. All these things come into consideration.
Okay.
So when your HB falls below the expected, with all these considerations, then we say that you have anemia.
Okay.
Yes.
And then when you have iron deficiency anemia, what is that?
So that is anemia due to inadequate iron intake. That's all.
Okay.
So there are several causes of anemia. Some of them are inherited. We all know about the sickle cell condition, which is one of the causes of anemia, but that's a genetic thing that's inherited. But if you lack iron, vitamin B12, if you lack folic acid, all these things can cause anemia. So iron deficiency anemia is anemia that is caused by a lack of iron.
Where do we find iron in our food?
Iron, it's ironical. Iron is the most abundant element in the earth, but there's very little in our bodies because of the intake. The body regulates its iron intake. Iron is mainly in meat products, red meat, not the fatty meat. Lean meat has a lot of iron. Then our green leafy vegetables, so our kontomire, adame, buma, ayoyo, all those things, the turkey berries, what we call the kwewensuswa or cantusias, all the green leafy things, they have a lot of iron. And then fish, milk, our legumes, granules, beans, all those things have a lot of iron.
I was going to conclude that vegans and vegetarians may be in trouble because they don't eat meat, but then you told me that vegetables also contain iron. But do you find in your practice that vegans and vegetarians tend to have a lot of these deficiencies?
Iron deficiency. They have deficiency due to another type of, usually it's the vitamin B12 and the folic acid, because iron somehow is found in some of the vegetables. And once they are vegans, they make it an effort to take a lot of these things.
Okay.
So we don't really find them with iron deficiency, but we find them with folic acid and B12 deficiencies a lot. But they also, we have a way of monitoring them and managing them, so they don't have a problem. Yes.
What are the symptoms of someone who is anemic, has anemia?
So if general things that you find. So the first thing is that when your HB level starts falling, then you start having things like dizziness, headaches, what we call lightheadedness. It's like you are there and it's as if you're going to fall, but you don't fall. You lack concentration. Sometimes you can't sleep well. And if it's in children, it manifests in poor school outcomes. So the child doesn't concentrate in class. They are taught all right, but then their outputs during exams and things becomes a problem. You have learning problems.
How does it affect concentration? I'm curious.
Yeah, because the brain works on oxygen. The brain feeds on oxygen mainly. And if it happens that your blood flow, the amount of oxygen that is being carried to the brain is not adequate, then there's a problem. So with people who have anemia, blood flow to the brain can be compromised conditions, and when that happens, then of course if you are doing anything that is demanding a lot of brain work, then there's a deficiency in that regard.
Having cold hands and feet also a symptom?
Yeah, you can't sometimes.
Well, why is that so?
Again, blood flow. So blood should flow to every part of your body. So the fingertips, they are the very minute, very small areas, and the toes and stuff. So when the blood is not flowing adequately, blood flow to a lot of these areas becomes a problem. And another thing that our women complain about, they say that anansiachemenai, it's like you get this numbness, tingling sensation. We all get it sometimes when you don't sit in a very good way for some time, and blood flow to a particular part of the body is compromised. It becomes a bit numb, but with a little movement, then the blood gets to circulate again, and then you have adequate flow.
Is it true that women are more prone to anemia than men?
Yes, women are, and there are several reasons. Some of them genetic, and some are cultural and others. So the first one is men have more blood than women naturally.
Is it because of our size generally?
I'll say body mass.
Okay.
Yeah, men are bulkier. They have a lot of meat in quotes. Yes, meat. Yes. So, and I told you that meat has a lot of. So the more mass you have, the more blood you have. Then there's the other issue. There's the hormone that makes men, testosterone, the androgens. It plays a part in red cell and hemoglobin production. So the women also have the androgens, but it's on the lesser side. So they have, because men have more of the androgens, men tend to have more of the blood. Then of course there's the issue of the monthly menstrual flow, because if you're losing blood every month, obviously you're going to have a little. And then culturally, African setting, the best part of the meat is given to the father.
So from the beginning,
yes. Even when you have a son and a daughter growing at home, the son is treated, and I'm saying culturally because nowadays things are changing. Yeah. In your home, in my home, it will not happen. But if you go to a typical African settings, the boy child gets a better treatment than a female child. So all these things tend to have effects. The general effect is that women have a lower blood level. Yeah.
We'll take your messages shortly on 055-556-1034. Thelma will be coming to the board pretty soon to read them out. If you have any questions on iron deficiency anemia, now is the time to start sending them to our WhatsApp, 055-556-1034. Dr. Eugene Tete is a specialist hematologist, blood doctor at Kolebu Teaching Hospital, and we're looking at iron deficiency anemia. Is there a test for anemia? What's the test?
Oh yes, the very simple test, what we call the full blood count. And any lab, actually, the most basic of labs in Ghana can do it. You can just walk in and when you do the full blood, there's a particular what we call the HB. And once you do the HB, it will tell you whether you're anemic or not.
Okay.
Yes, and if you get a doctor to look at it, the full blood count, they can even tell you whether it is iron deficiency anemia. They'll have some idea how it is. So there are tests, and then, of course, once you find out, there are more complicated tests that we can do to find out why you are even lacking anemia.
Okay.
Because sometimes you can be taken in adequately, but your body might not be absorbing or using it adequately, and that can also be found out.
So once it has been established that you are anemic, what happens? What do doctors do? What do you do?
So when the patient is anemic, you've got to find out the cause. So as I said, sometimes it's inadequate intake, sometimes it's absorption or it's utilization by the body. So we tackle it from the bottom. But most often, we want to raise the HB up. And for most people, if it's inadequate intake, we supplement your diet. So we first start with what we call dietary counseling.
So you work with the dietitians or nutritionists?
Yes,
yeah.
a lot.
Okay.
And we ourselves are we are taught to teach some of these things.
Okay.
But when it we call the dietitians, the nutritionists, they all come in, and it starts with your diet. So we tell you the kind of food substances to include, even how you should eat and all that. And then if that doesn't work, then we come in with our supplements, and I'm sure the pregnant women all know the green tablets, small green tablets, Fesolate.
Fesolate,
okay. Very common.
Okay.
And it works very well.
All right.
We can also, if the iron intake is not adequate, we can also give you IV. We have solutions that contain iron.
Intravenous?
Intravenous,
okay.
Yes.
All right.
So we set up a drip, and we can give you.
Okay.
If all fails us, and there's an emergency, then we fall back to blood transfusion. We can do that.
Okay.
Just to bring the HB up, and then tackle the underlying problem. And for most people, by 3 months, we would have given you some clean bill of health for a long time there.
Good to know. In your practice, how common is iron deficiency anemia?
Very common, actually. It's actually the commonest cause of anemia over here. We lack figures. I mean, studies have been done in particular groups, but generally, about 30% of our population.
30%?
Yes, about 30%, yes.
Wow.
Yes, that's the last WHO figures we had. And it's even more common in particular groups. So in pregnant women, it's even more common. In children under 5. And again, our traditional way of looking at things also. So most of the time, we in children under 5, you realize that from weaning, we start supplementing their diets. We tell the mothers, add some groundnut paste, add this, add beans, and because naturally they are growing and their iron demands are high. So if you don't supplement their diet, then they become deficient. Pregnant women, of course, we know they are feeding 2 people, so it becomes a problem. Yeah.
What are some of the home remedies that people are using to boost their blood levels that you would discourage?
So the first thing is that what we discourage is people using a lot of just taking supplements, because you have to find the cause. As I said, there are several causes. So if it's not iron deficiency anemia, you can take all the iron supplements you have, it will not boost it. Yeah. It might even give you iron overload, which is another problem.
Ooh.
Yes, that can also give you problems. So we say that first find what the cause is. If it's iron, go for iron. If it's folic acid, go for folic acid. If it's vitamin B12, go for vitamin B12, so that it's easier. So we don't encourage people just walking into pharmacy shops or drug stores and buying supplements. The other thing that we don't want people to do is some people just, because we say the green vegetables, they just keep...
They eat the vegetables
I know people who are drinking bottles of Cantosi and they have blended what in their fridges and they take it like
It's like fruit juice.
It's like every day,
every day
morning,
drinking vegetables.
Evening, yes. So we say that it's not a good practice, because you might not know what is causing your anemia. The fact that your HB levels are low doesn't mean that you should just be taking down a lot of these things. And some are even resorting to some herbal preparations we don't even know what they contain.
How about the very popular Mojadro blood tonic? People seem to be drinking that a lot.
A lot, yes. And that's a problem, because as some of them, they are not, even the iron contents in them, the iron levels in them, is not even adequate. All right. So you need to find really what your problem is, and then you treat it adequately. We don't encourage just taking supplements unless a doctor prescribes or somebody has talked to you and said that go with it. And then there'll be a duration, there'll be some quantity to it. Take this morning, afternoon, evening, or morning, evening, over 3 months or 6 months, and then we all go with that formula. Yeah.
Got any questions for Dr. Eugene Tete, the hematologist, blood doctor, on iron deficiency anemia? Well, Thelma is by the board. Thelma, greetings.
Greetings, CAF, and you can send your messages to us on WhatsApp number 05555611034. And comments made by persons are their own views and not the views of GBC or any of its presenters. Here's one that says, I'm a woman with an HB of 15.1, but platelets of 648, and my platelet count has been high for the past 1 year, but I have a very normal HB. Do I also need iron, please?
No, actually 15.1 is, for a female, is too good. Too good. A Ghanaian female, 15.1 is too good.
Too good, so you are good to go.
But you need to follow up on the platelets, yes. So you need to repeat it and see a doctor with it, and they will know what to do. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Good morning, GTV. Please, doctor, my HB is always low, between 7.5 to 8. I take a lot of folic acid, tortima, multivitamin, but no improvements. Get headaches often. What do I do?
So this is one of the reasons why she will need to, or he will need to follow up, because folic acid is not working, tortima is not working. That means that there could be another cause. So you need to follow up with it. Yeah.
How best can we advise our village folks on iron deficiency anemia, and what makes anemia so deadly? Aaron Babakoko Komisa from Latebiokosh.
So for them, it's about eating. It's about adequate eating. Most of our village folks, the iron content in their food is not really good, all right? So they need to improve that. And then
more meat,
or more grainy vegetables.
More grainy vegetables,
yes,
more fish.
And the frequency.
Okay.
Most of our village folks will eat like twice a day.
You should increase it to 3.
Yeah, 3 adequately. Yes, okay. If you can. 3.
Can tin tomatoes give you enough iron? I guess is what this question is asking.
Yeah, I've heard this question before. So tin tomatoes, in itself, yes, there's some iron there, but if you take it a lot, I know people say you can mix tin tomatoes and drink. It will not boost the iron content so much. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Okay, I'm not quite sure what Kaf's cousin here is asking, but he says, good morning, Togbi Day. Ask doctor for me, how can we control, I think, anemia, and what's the best medical means to use?
Yeah,
I'm assuming that that's what he wants to ask.
With anemia, it's intake, so it's adequate intake, unless there's a problem. So the first thing is to improve your intake. The legumes, the fish, the meats, your vegetables, a lot of it in your diet. Ghanaians are not very good with vegetables, so you need to do a lot of those things, and then you'll be good. Yeah.
Good morning. Thanks so much for educating us this morning. And he was greeting a doctor friend of yours. Effa says, the morning show of the season, hashtag GTV breakfast. We love to see that. The entire team is dripping with the king calf as the icing on the cake. King calf will go. Please ask the doctor if a particular blood group could contribute to enhancing the HB level. And why does the feet hurt so badly when my HB level drops? FY is asking these two questions.
Okay, so let me start with the feet. So again, it's about perfusion, blood flow. So the feet, they are the lower portion of the body. So, and blood is coming from the heart. So as you go, the distribution, it lessens as you go. And once your HB drops, then less blood gets to the feet. Now, with the blood group, no, there's no particular blood group that has a lot of iron.
One last one for us, Thelma.
Okay, dokie. Oh, but there was a second question that you wanted to, about if there's a particular blood group that could contribute to enhancing.
There's no
okay,
blood
that
group.
simple answer, no. What are the foods that contain iron, and can anemia cause eye problems?
Yes, so as for the food, I'll come with it. But iron problems, when you are not, your blood levels are not very good, it tends to, you have transient blurred vision and things like that. Again, perfusion. All right. Sometimes even the very low levels can affect your retina, and that can even give you long-term eye complications. So it's important you check your eye levels. Now with the food, the first thing, as I said, the meat, lean meat, not fatty meat. So we like the goat meat, the cow meat, green leafy vegetables.
Which one is fatty meat?
A lot of fat.
Okay. You don't want to see the white.
We don't want the fat.
Okay,
Yes,
right.
yes.
Okay, right.
Green leafy vegetables, kotomre, ademe, boma, ayoyo, even okra, the turkey berries, they all do help. Fish, salmon, our legumes, granuts, agushi, beans, all these things, they help to improve iron level. And you need to drink a lot of water.
Drink a lot of water.
Because blood is about 70% water.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you, Kat.
On that note, go get a bottle of Awake.
Right away.
Dr. Eugene Tete, so very grateful for the education you've given us on iron deficiency and anemia. I wish you the very best for the day. Is there anything you want to say briefly in 30 seconds?
So briefly, I'll say that, sometimes anemia can be there and we say you have asymptomatic anemia. It can be low and you wouldn't know. And the first time you know is when you find yourself in the hospital. So the thing is that everybody, if you've not checked your HB this year, just walk into a lab, tell them you want to do your full blood count, FBC.
FBC.
If you do FBC and it's low, your doctor will know. And subsequently, you can take it from there.
Thank you very much. Our blood doctor, hematologist specialist, Dr. Eugene Tete from Kolebu Teaching Hospital. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you too.
Wish you a beautiful day.
Same to you.
We've got headlines coming up in about 20 minutes. We've got a conversation on World Meteor Day, which is today, and guess what? The rain started flowing. But ahead of that, we've got our sports news, and Matiti Bakupe Ohima has the sports news for you. You stay with us. This is hashtag GTV Breakfast, hashtag Heritage Month on GTV.
And joining us on GTV Breakfast Sports, I am Ohima Maltiti, and I'll be bringing you the sports update this morning. We'll be looking at the World Cup qualifiers and how Ghana is preparing to meet the Super Eagles. Also, GFA's message to the injured players who won't be able to make it to the game on Friday. We'll start off with the Black Stars arrive in Kumasi ahead of their crucial 2022 World Cup playoff against Nigeria. The Black Stars host the Super Eagles of Nigeria in the first leg at the Baba Yara Sports Stadium in Kumasi on Friday, March 25, before traveling to Abuja for the second leg 4 days later. Now, the team plane to Kumasi after they hit close to a full house at their camping base in Accra. Still on the Black Stars arrived to a rousing welcome on their way to the team's hotel, where the team has been scheduled to pitch camp ahead of their crucial World Cup qualifier playoff with Nigeria on Friday. The Black Stars have not played at the Baba Yara Sports Stadium in about 3 years, but Kumasi went alive for them on their first training session in the city when they touched base in Kumasi. Ghana Football Association has sent its goodwill messages to 6 players who could not join the Black Star squad for the playoffs against Nigeria due to injuries. Now, according to the FA, Majid Ashimeru, Antoine Semenyo, Baba Abdul Rahman, Samuel Owusu, Richmond Boache Yadam, and Kamaldeen Sulemana were all handed call-ups to the senior national team and were expected to report to camp on March 20, 2022, but failed to join the rest of the squad due to injuries at the respective club sites. Still on a crucial game, Nigeria has been dealt a huge blow ahead of their crucial World Cup qualifier playoff encounter with Ghana. As first choice goalkeeper Maduku Okoye was ruled out of the game after testing positive for COVID. The player was unable to board flights from Netherlands to Abuja to join the team ahead of their trip to Accra today. He was replaced by a Yimba FC goalkeeper, John Noble. Meanwhile, the team has been training assiduously ahead of their arrival in Ghana. For Eagles, still staying on that crucial game of Nigeria, Ahmed Musa says Ghana versus Nigeria's game goes beyond football. According to him, it entails everyday life, politics, movies, music, and food, as in the battle between Ghana and Nigeria Jollof. Due to this, he has been insisting that football statistics is not going to work this time around because it is a new generation.
As you can see, let me say it's about politics, Nigeria, Ghana. It's about the jollof that you just mentioned, Nigeria, Ghana. About music, acting, fashion, everything. So, and then thank God football have bring us together once again to show who is the king. Yeah, as the record you say, yeah, as for me, I'm not going to say anything about the past record. They have good record against Nigeria, but this is a new generation of the Super.
Well, social media has been buzzing. Ghanaians and Nigerians have been battling who is going to win the crucial game on Friday. On Zoom, we have Benjamin Willie Graham. He's a sports journalist with the Ghana Broadcasting Corporation. We'll be interacting about how the team is preparing in Kumasi as they touched down. Benjamin, can you hear me? Hi, Benjamin.
Hey, hi, how are you doing?
Good. How are you doing?
I'd say we are waiting for the big day, just as everybody's waiting for it.
Great. Can you just run us through how the euphoria was like when the team got to Kumasi?
Well, I think that the Ashanti region of Kumasi really has been hosting some interesting matches between the Black Stars and any opposition. Ghana have won 7-1 here in Kumasi before, and also beating Almighty Egypt by 6-1. We also saw that it was a World Cup qualifier as well. And so Kumasi seems to be the place where some huge scores have been recorded. The Black Stars have a very crucial one in the country. Yesterday, the team touched down. I was privileged to be at the airport with all the players. We all touched down at the same time at the Kumasi airport. The team went straight to their hotel. And then around 4:50 p.m., they came to the Babayara Stadium to train. Again, the coaches, George Boateng, Gili Dramani, Otuado, all of them were there. Chris Hughton was equally available. Thomas Partey was there. I mean, just to say that about, say, 60% or 70 or 80% of the players were available for their first training session in Kumasi. So the fans arriving or perhaps getting to the stadium were just out there waving and shouting and encouraging them to go all out and win against Nigeria. Just as we also picked up information that Nigeria also had 20 players training at the Abuja Stadium. Nigeria, we are told, they're going to arrive in the country on Thursday, and they will have the first training session the same day in the evening at the Babayara Stadium. I left the stadium, I think, around 7 p.m. because the FIFA inspectors were still at the stadium inspecting the intensity of the lights. They were also checking other issues that needed to be solved at the Babayara Stadium, together with the NSA board chairman and some officials of the NSA, the Ghana Football Association. So I think preparation really is ongoing to make sure the stadium is in shape for the huge game against Nigeria.
Insightful. Willie, can you tell us how the team played yesterday in the training session? Was it open to even the press and the fans? Because these guys are just meeting. How was the play on field at the training session yesterday?
I think the way through the normal drills, the players who did arrive very late, like the likes of that's the Leicester City defender, Amate, and some other players, were given some light warm-ups. The others, like Dennis Kosa and Pate and Kofi Tre, Richard Ofori, the goalkeepers, all of them were given some, tactical drills by the coaches Otuado, George Boateng, and DJ Mani. All of them had to go through their paces. All of them had to show so much signs of, I see energy in the training session. So you had a group of players who were going through normal warm-ups, not a lot of running. They were just stretching their bodies, and there were the others who were also doing the drills because they had come into the country earlier than the others. So I would say that it was pretty much of a quiet day for the training session. But to be honest with you, it was not open to the public. If you were not allowed to be at the stadium at the time when the players were training, you would politely be asked to step out. And so that's what happened. And so it was not open to the public. It was a closed-door training session. And it was just officials from FIFA, from the Ghana Football Association, the NSA, that were there, and I was allowed to be there, and so I was able to see the training.
Before I let you take leave of us, there are questions about the selection of players. We've seen that Felix Afenya-Jan, Dennis Odoi, Joseph Edu are parts of the team. But on social media, there was a lot of brouhaha, as Asamajan said, that Majid Ashimeru should have been part of this crucial game. What's your take on the selection of these players that you saw training at the stadium yesterday? Willie, can you hear me?
Okay, so let me just make some clarifications clear here. I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, on the issue of Majid Ashimeru, it's a simple thing. We are told that there was an email from his club doctor to the Ghana Football Association indicating that he has an injury.
Oh, no. Unfortunately, our connection cut off there. Graham was giving us some exclusive news and feed about the whole Majid Ashimeru should have been part of the team for the crucial game on Friday. We'll get to him in subsequent bulletins and subsequent shows. But we have the exclusive rights to show the crucial game between the Black Stars and the Super Eagles of Nigeria on Friday on GTV Sports Plus. So make sure you keep your TV, your dial, your channel locked onto GTV Sports Plus. We'll come again with all the nitty-gritty details on Monday after who has scored who. Let's look at some tennis now. Rafael Nadal has been ruled out for between 4 and 6 weeks with a stress fracture of the rib. The injury occurred on Saturday during the Spaniard's win against Carlos.
Coming live from the capital, this is the Breakfast Show.
And they call me UJ. when you need a shoulder to cry. Run on my pamper, so we try our suicide. Yeah, let bygone be bygone. I didn't see what the bad I'm gonna do. We go straight to stardom. And I'm gonna take you to next level. My baby, oh yeah, yeah, yeah. The energy next level. Back baby, oh yeah, yeah, yeah. I'll take you to next level. My baby, oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
I don't go next level. Excessive drinking can be detrimental to health. Not recommended for persons under 18 years, lactating mothers, pregnant women, and people sensitive to caffeine. This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
Oh, today he has been extra sweet, and the way he looks at me.
I have done everything by the book. It's on. Hey, but I have to get some condoms, Charlie.
Using a condom will protect you and your partner from HIV, STIs, and unplanned pregnancy. Condoms are an effective way for protection against HIV infection. Don't take risks. Use a condom every time. Always come prepared.
This advert is brought to you by the Ghana AIDS Commission and Ghana Health Service.
The groom is sick.
What?
Malaria.
Malaria. Lufat.
Indeed, I will malaria and kawan to them. Lufat, a malaria drop a cope.
And now you may kiss the bride.
Entrance Pharmaceuticals and Research Center. And I Lufat. Lufat, a two malaria sententem. FDA, Ashesa, a Gedi in Kratoi Ajatum.
From 1921 to 2021, the journey to our centenary has been amazingly worthy. Azar Group is 100 years and continues to achieve greatness.
Main brands which were in the company are Azar Tex, which is an emulsion paint, texture paints, which we were the first people to produce it in Ghana, and Azar Gloss, which is oil paint. We were the first people to produce the carpenter's glue. Now we have new products like silicone paint.
Join Azar Group celebrate 100 years and to create another brilliant 100 years together.
Hey, tell me what? Tell me what? Hey, tell me what? Tell me beer.
They will worry me. Watch me, you come 1 week, Mr. WBT. Oh, now,
yes. Buga, now then. Senior, name me and you cut down my business is a collapse. I'm out of balance.
So, we'll take quick credit, Inka.
Quick credit?
Yes, quick credit. Who Pesica? Eddie, Eddie, a true good deal.
Anyone know if you wanna, I just be say. Anyone know if you wanna, I just be say. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I just be saying, wa mama ye pasa. Yeah, yeah. I just be saying, wa mama ye. Anyone know if you wanna, I just be say.
Inchotashi ni kanto abufai. The head does not sit aloof for the need to wear the crown. Make of it what you will. Welcome to the show. Hashtag GTV Breakfast. Hashtag Heritage Month on GTV. My name is Nee. I'll look for a name. I'll prophesy a name. A name will come down. My guests are Oscar Professor, actor, director. I think I'm even auditioning for one of his productions. Who knows? And King Kwesi Chedakwa, who is the managing director of the Finest Productions. Gentlemen, fine way to start the day. Good morning.
Good morning.
Oh, I like that thing.
You like that name?
It's more. How's it going?
Very well.
Life is beautiful.
Yes.
God is wonderful.
Yeah.
We are grateful.
Love your kente.
Thank you very much.
Rich.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Oscar, what's up, man?
He's got to teach me how to put that on.
Yes.
You know, he's been trying to do that backstage. You know.
Okay, you try it.
And he has the body for cloth.
Grief.
African men with flat tummies and six packs are not necessarily for cloth. They are for t-shirts and gym wear. But this is the body. You know, this shows that you can look after 4 wives.
This is Professor is saying, huh?
Huh?
Man, these are the headlines. Daily Graphic: confronting economic challenges, difficult decisions ahead. Council of State slashes allowances by 20%. OSP unveils corruption league table. Backbone to preside over plenary will respond to developments in Parliament. These are some of the big headlines. Ghanaian Times: carnage on road, 14 die in gory accident at Asemasa. Don't change core mandate, universal reach of free SHS, says the CRI. The finder: multiple factors crushing the CD. Can $2 billion injection slow the pace when US Fed is hiking rates? And 14 burned to death in an accident on Takrady Cape Coast Highway. BNFT: keep calm, CD will stabilize soon, says Addison, the governor of the Bank of Ghana. And Daily Analyst: deadline for SIM card re-registration extended to July 31. Government's decision to review flagship programs commendable, said the policy analyst. I think I'll start with the SIM card registration, because I was just in yesterday and counting the days off to the end of the month. And I was thinking, hey, Charlie, in about just a little over a week, we're going to have issues with this SIM card issue. And then we got a statement that came out yesterday, which was signed by the Minister for Communication and Digitalization, Madam Ekufu, and basically has extended the deadline by some 4 months to July 31. Chris, are you surprised?
No, I'm not surprised. And it just goes back to this basic thing that we teach our children before they turn 12, that if you fail to plan, you plan to fail. You know what procedures you have put in place to make it possible for the number of people who have SIM cards to register. And if you know full well that the procedures you've put in place are inadequate, then you must ensure that you change the procedures, because the extension by itself would not necessarily get everybody registered. 2 of my staff have tried registering their SIMs and have been 12 times. 12. That's too much. Because, you know, I've told them that we're only a very small company. However, we need to understand that waiting for anybody, unless you're waiting for surgery or you're waiting for oxygen, so somebody's cutting off your oxygen supply, waiting for anybody for more than an hour and 30 minutes is egregious. We need to understand that politeness is not something that just happens. But if you're a king or a prince, it is your punctuality that shows your politeness. Now, it seems the people who are helping with the registration are all polite, but it's because the procedures to make the registration are inadequate. You see the number of people sitting, and sometimes beneath a tent, which actually catches all the solar energy of the sun and transfers the heat onto those sitting beneath the tent. And you're thinking, hey, if you be mine, that bang. Now, couldn't this be done so people could go from community to community to register people, and from work area to work area to register people, as opposed to people leaving their work to go 3 to 12 times before it happens? I'm happy that Ursula has extended the time, but I hope that those who work to her will also look at the procedures and review them. If not, we will extend again to 21st September.
Oscar, is it not ironic that a ministry which is titled Ministry for Education and Digitalization is using such an analog method to basically harmonize phones with national identity numbers? I mean, can you wrap your head around that?
No, I can't. But I also can't wrap my head around why all this surprise about the extension. It was obvious. I mean, you just said it. If you don't plan, you fail. This one is just pure common sense. I'm sorry. Nobody needs applause for extension. Look, we are 30 million Ghanaians. We're supposed to have about how many SIMs in this country? About 90 million, nearly 3 times the number of SIMs as people. And we're having problems with internet connection. I called one of my best friends, Akoto, yesterday. I'm in the line at MTNO.
Rejoicing for being in the queue.
9 o'clock in the morning. I call him in the evening, 5 o'clock. Charlie, I'm still in the line.
Lord have
mercy.
mercy.
I'm saying, what's all this? What is the rush and the need for all of this? Look, you can spend a whole year, give a whole year so that there's a transfer. Why embarrass yourself and have extension after extension? I mean, systems, you know, when you're crossing over, there are things like this that should not get Ghanaians sitting in the hot blazing sun. Productivity is going down, all because of SIM registration.
Look at the queue.
It's ridiculous. And I know that maybe people have timelines for, you know, wanting to have it done in a rush, but clearly...
It's almost like they are going to vote.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not applauding anybody on this. There's absolutely no need to applaud. I won't be surprised if the extension will continue to...
An extension of an extension.
An extension will continue.
Charlie, you've come with fire this morning.
No. There are times when he's surprised that I'm going
You must have a shock.
Oscar,
you know, and it's not big.
Oscar, did you sleep at the Movenpick last night?
I think that it is, you know, there are many ways to do things. And I think that when there are situations that demand it. Somebody the other day said, told me that, Charlie, go and say it on air that the minister should be sacked. I said,
no, that's not the point.
That's not the point. That's not the point. You don't solve any problem. You bring another person, and unfortunately, you commit and do the same thing. So let's attack the issues and get them resolved. Please, if you need to extend this for the whole year, just do it so that there's a smooth process. My issue is
just
this.
Be rolling.
NIA already has our database in terms of our, what do you call it, biometric database. What is the problem here? Why do the telcos need to collect our biometric database when NIA is sitting on that database and they can feed into it? Somebody should give us an answer. Get NIA here and get the ministry here, and let us give us a tangible and plausible reason why this is happening. And you'll be surprised at what you hear.
And, you know, Oscar, you know this thing that happens in Europe, especially in Eastern Europe, but it happens in Western Europe too. That people get your data only to sell the data on, so that people can target you to sell their products. That is how I feel. I haven't gone to do this registration.
Don't you get messages? I get messages from politicians thanking you for this and that. I say, how do you get my number?
Yeah.
It's tiresome.
And when we have a national data security law, how do you guarantee that my data as a citizen is not safe? How do you guarantee? We're being told, and somebody sent me a message that, you know, I don't carry my Ghana card around with me. I take a snapshot of it.
Yeah, you have the number.
But we're being told and being advised that be careful when you're doing that, because people can use that in your name. Yes?
Yeah.
And that's what we're talking about.
So identity theft.
Identity theft. Yeah. Data security. So these are serious issues. When they're not discussing these things, but these are serious issues.
That's why we are discussing with you.
I have a question for both. It's unfair to ask the one who is running the program a question, but is it that the people who are working, who are reporting to the minister, are not doing their work? Or is it that the minister is not requesting of them what they need to do?
Who does he want? What?
Both.
He's asking a rhetorical question.
No, seriously.
No, the viewers will answer.
No, seriously.
Let's leave it to them.
It's quite a salient question.
This is the way I see it. You have been elevated to a position of authority, either by competence or by the kindness of the appointer. Once you get there, you do some good so that the appointer does not look bad. And in doing that good, you bring people along with you because you're the leader of that area. The president cannot be the specialist on everything. I mean, he may be the specialist on law, but I'm the specialist on media and culture. So somebody else is a specialist on housing. And if he's elevated you to that position, he's essentially done you a favor, whether or not you're competent. So you two work with your team to make the president look good, which is why somebody says, get the person sacked. Because there are people who just vote for a party, they don't vote for Ghana. So if one party which they support is not doing well, they go gaga. Right? Now let us start thinking of Ghana and stop the party nonsense for a minute. Because if Ghana fails, none of the parties will exist. And let's ask, is it that the leader who has been given the authority, clothed in power, does not know what to even ask of the people that work to him or her? Or is it that the person who work for him or her are refusing to do the work required of them?
Well, as the one chair, I prophesied that there are messages on this. on 055.
I actually thought you were going to give us one of those dances.
Oh yeah, I'm going to read the messages for you right now. The messages are there. So let's go for the messages. Yeah. 055 556 1034. Good morning, family and panel CAF. You're overwhelmed with my boldness. My name today is CAF Belifu. Well, I have my nipples on national television, but it's all good. It's for a good cause. Seidu, we registered for the Ghana and our card and our phone numbers were talking. Is that database different from what the telcos want? If not so, just go to the National Identification Office and copy it, and it won't take a day for it to be done. Have a wonderful day. Thank you so much. Amankwa says, what we're talking about, so we will get through at the right time. Toby Kafwe, you like the style this morning, our culture as a heritage. Keep it up. Okay, thank you so much. More messages coming in. So we have the communications ministry has extended the deadline for the Ghana card re-registration. What do you think about that? And if you are like KKD, who's some of his members of staff spent
12 different days.
They went 12 different days.
Why?
What do you think about that? Have you had that experience? How many times have you gone and not had your card registered? And are you excited about this 31st July deadline? We want to find out from you. Please, if they have extended the SIM registration, what of the Ghana card? See, that's another issue altogether, you see, you understand. Well spoken, mister. Watching from Sydney in Australia. Okay, awesome. Good to have you here. Let us know your name. And it's evening in Sydney. God is great. Things are happening this morning. You are enjoying what is happening on the show. We're Ghana re-registration. 31st July is the new deadline right now. And keep the messages coming in on 055-556-1034. We'll get back to you this morning. Our leaders are making things harder for us. Since July 2019, I registered for the Ghana card. I'm still yet to get the card. Can you imagine? It's almost 3 years. I tried to apply for a job online, but the first stage of entry is to use your Ghana card number to have access to the complete form. I went to Keta last week to check if the card is ready, but I'm told it wasn't ready. Ricardo from Ashaiman. I have a Facebook audio show, and 2 days ago, we're talking about somebody called in from Norway on the show, and he was talking about how he doesn't want to come back because everything's working there. He tells me that he pays 46% of his salary as tax, but he doesn't mind because everything works. And then I asked him, how about a number? Do you guys have a similar thing to a Ghana card? He says, well, there's no physical card. It's just a number that they quote. Quote that number and it gets all your details, and you can do whatever. If you don't have that number, you can't work. Can't we have a system like that? Why do we have to be going through the queues just to get a piece of plastic which can get lost? And I just don't know. 055-556-1034. Nyaniba, it says, greetings to your excellent panelists. Kudos to you, Oscar and KKD. They are exhibiting politeness and absolute frankness. GTV is always the pace setter. I agree with them that the SIM card registration was not handled properly. Oh, Nyamiba, God's child in Accra. Thank you so much. I spent less than 3 minutes to re-register my MTN and about an hour to re-register my, and then you deleted the message. Okay. Come back.
Politically motivated.
Come back to me. No job for the youth. Why wouldn't they employ them to move from area to register the people instead of fighting in queues? KKD alluded to that. That why doesn't the system come to your home?
Of course.
You know, to stop fighting. Okay, so you guys are giving me names because I'm wearing. All right. So the extension of the SIM registration is not as a result of the failing of the minister, but pure Ghanaian and African attitude. Oh, you are blaming us now?
Look at this.
A lot of Ghanaians decided not to register for the national identification card. A bit like you, right?
No, but the thing is, there are queues, and we haven't served the people in the queue.
Queues.
You see, look, it is people like this who help us stay in the rut.
Let me hear what he's saying or she's saying. The issue of NIA feeding their data to that of the telcos will not work because a lot of people register their SIMs with different names from that of what they have on their NIA card. Let's consider that. That's Isaac Mensah from Gomua West. Good morning. This is Ramadan from Amobi. Please, without re-registration, you can call. Is that true? Yes. Well, they haven't jammed the signals up yet, so you can still call now, and the extension has gone to July 31. So let's see how that goes. Her royalty nurse says you love the show so much, and you make sure you always watch KKD for your school. Good morning, else. Light nurse here. You like our star. Light nurse. She came here to do a show with us.
She's
the youngest
brilliant.
lighting technician.
Yeah,
technician.
she is brilliant.
Thank you, Light nurse. Good to have you here. Good morning, Dasibre. Gentlemen. Good morning, Kafu, entire team. Hey, Charlie, somebody's over me. I didn't know you have such an attractive body. Wow, quite sexy there. Have you seen a black man blush? Semper Florence. Today, dear, are we witnessing guys? I'm so ashamed of the minister. Thousands of Ghanaians haven't registered their Ghana card, and even those who haven't received theirs for years. I had my MTN number registered at home last week, and so I believe their staff can go to the aged at home. Just a bit like how you are aged and the priest comes to you with communion and serves you communion at home. Same principle. You are thinking of customer service and politeness and helping the people. Agbomozozo, you need my number. Okay, cool. So thank you so much. These are the messages that have come to us so far on the show 055-556-1034. And I shall go back to my seat and continue with our conversation. Okay, good. So yeah, so I'll go back and then we'll continue. I prophesy that more messages will come through.
I love my country, but sometimes I have to say I am not proud of it.
Why do you say so?
It's like having a drunk, a thief, and armed robber for a father. You love him because he puts the coin in your mother's Coca-Cola machine for you to be produced, but you can't be proud of what he does. Because really, you see, when I talk of leadership and people say, no, blame the people. No, you don't blame people when leadership cannot lead by example.
I agree.
And you can't blame the people when leadership has failed to plan. Look, why is Ashesi University working? Because there is leadership. Legon was there before Ashesi. KNUST was there before Ashesi. Why is the world talking about Ashesi? So somebody had to decide that this is our modus operandi, and the students fell in line. Why did so-called celebrities decide to stop their stupidity in Ghana? Because there was an IGP who says, enough of the nonsense.
Have they stopped?
Well, if you want to continue to yesterday, there's a lady I have never met in my life who I don't know from a can of paint. Somebody sent me an image. They say her name is Coco Abna or something, I'm not too sure. And that the men she has slept with, I don't know. This is GH page. You know, you will pay KBN tax. It's called Kwasia Binti tax. You don't just go, oh, of course, you know I will. You don't just take people's names and use it anyhow because you want traffic to your website. So unless people in leadership are willing to do the work, we will continue to blame the poor citizen whose little tax pays for your comforts.
I agree 100%. And I also agree that we are jumping into the next story, which affects all of us. It's about the economic challenges that Ghana is undergoing. Daily Graphic, difficult decisions ahead. That's a hint from the president. It's more than a hint. It's actually a fact. Council of State slashes allowances by 20%. The president has said in the face of global economic challenges, government has taken difficult but necessary decisions to bring the economy on track. Details will be announced tomorrow. Difficult decisions. Quoting him, he says, I don't think that there's anybody in Ghana who would expect today that things can be just so easily resolved as they are. Some of them are due to the way the world economy is working and its impact on us. So the Council of State, they are having their allowances slashed by 20%. Would that make much of an impact? Oscar?
I really don't know.
But let's listen to the video first.
Okay.
Because there was a conversation at the presidency, and let's hear what's going on, what went down.
As the Council of State had also decided that we will reduce our monthly allowances by 20% until the end of this year. This will be contributing our widow's mite to our total efforts at economic recovery. We hope that this model would be emulated by other organs of government, of state.
Okay, so that's the Council of State speaking about contributing their widow's mite.
Yes,
Oscar?
A small contribution. I think it's a good, signal. However, I'm disappointed that it was not a government policy and it's supposed to trickle down. I would have hoped that government would have come out by now. And I'm saying, well, anyway, say tomorrow. So we are yet to listen to it. However, my issue is this. I think that going through the impact of COVID, going through this parliamentary 137 that has rendered us impotent in parliament, the issues of the e-levy should be an opportunity for us as Ghanaians to recognize the significance of ensuring that we build consensus to move this nation forward in terms of nation building. I was hoping, and I do still hope, that the president will seize this moment to redirect the way we do governance in this country. The town hall meetings that took place when the e-levy happened is a clear signal that if you really want to introduce policy, you have to let it come directly to the people and engage the people and the stakeholders. This is a fine opportunity for the president to set a new trajectory and a new paradigm to governance in Ghana. Get people on board. If today you're going to say 20%, somebody will start calculating how much 20% is, and they'll tell you, but I mean, we need 100 billion, and 20% reduction is only going to be a drop in the ocean. It's only going to be 100 million, so it's meaningless. What do we really want? You know, so it looks like this is a fine time to seize the moment and have a true paradigm shift in how this country is being governed. And I would doff my hat to the president for the way he led us through COVID. We are in another crisis. It may not be in the proportions of COVID. It might be on equal par. But we also want to see that leadership, that assurance. And you know, the word of a president, the word of the governor of the Bank of Ghana, or when you go to America, is it something Green Street?
Yes, the Federal Reserve, Chairman of the Federal Reserve.
Federal Reserve. Even a word can shift the markets. You know, so I'm hoping that we seize the moment. Yes, you know, the opposition would like to take advantage of it and lampoon the, I think the vice president is getting a very decent bash.
Yes,
but beyond that, I'm even happy that it's happening. Ghanaians are clearly seeing, and politicians should be clearly seeing, but this has been going on, not today. You can play back year after year after year the rhetoric that has come out from politicians. When they're in opposition, they say one thing, and when they're in power, they do another thing, and their words bounce back to them. Only this time, it has all culminated to a head. And we can see that you don't come to us anymore like this. I don't want my to be sitting in front of a TV and being told by a politician that when he sees a goat, you should call it a cow. And when we take him on, he comes and says that, oh, but it is just political talk. Are those the values we are instilling in our people? It must stop. And we, the people, must demand that the right things be done. We cannot continue to sit down aloof. And my brother Kwesi sits here quite elegantly. And he said it all. As far as I'm concerned, it is we, the people. It is not they, the politicians. And when you look at it, we have 30 million Ghanaians. How many of the people within the political space are there? From the presidency down to local governance. They probably won't even reach 0.01% of the population of Ghana. Not even 2,000 or 5,000. But these people are controlling our destiny and may decide that one day, because of their quest for power, you and I should carry our mattresses on our heads and engage in a civil war and disrupt our lives forever. It is we, the people, that should sit up and demand for accountability.
Thank you very much. Oscar, I'm coming to you, Kwesi, but I want to just preface my question with some facts about the Council of State. So the Council of State has these are the members, a former Chief of Justice, a former Chief of Defense Staff, a former IGP, Inspector General of Police, and the President of the National House of Chiefs, so that's 4. Plus, each region has an attached representative. We have 16 regions, so that's 20, 4 plus 16. Then the President also appoints 11 members. So 20 plus 11 is 31 people on the Council of State. Members stay in office until the term of office of the President ends. So we're looking at the salaries and allowances for 31 people, which are being slashed by 20%. Would you put in a Freedom of Information request to find out exactly how much those allowances are, so we know we know what the 20%
I'm
of
surprised
that is?
it is not already known.
Yes, it is not. You
You
look
know,
for it, you don't see it.
Occupy Ghana has done a great deal of work for all of us in Ghana, and I think all of Africa, because others elsewhere look to Occupy Ghana to do same in their country. Imani Africa has also done same for us in Ghana and all of Africa, because others look to Imani to do same. Interestingly, there was a time when I wrote to thank Imani for their services to Ghana and humanity, and some friends of mine in politics wrote to me to say, oh, why are you congratulating Imani? But just before the last election, you were with them on all their programs, and you were condemning the government in power. It's the same thing they are still doing. So why do you now say I should not congratulate Franklin Kujo and his team? Because they do a great service for this country. They think for the country. And they let people we have elevated to positions of authority think and do their work. Occupy Ghana with Asan Kuma and his team do the same. Unfortunately, if I look at the Council of State, a bit like the House of Lords, you want to have some clarity on what they do, because essentially they advise the president, but the president is not bound to take that advice. Now, any advice that you get, but you are not bound to take, that you are paying for, is questionable for running your own private enterprise. It is only if you're running a government enterprise that it looks like it's a profitable venture. That is not to say the people in the Council of State are not eminent people. Some are eminent. The question is, on what basis does any individual appoint others to the Council of State? Because it is common individuals who rise to serve and determined to be selfless who become presidents. So of those 11 who are appointed, what is their background? What is their purpose? It is cronies? Is it people who can speak truth to power? Or is it yes men who rubber stamp everything you say? And I think every Ghanaian should know what are their perks and what is their pay. What are their perks and what is their pay? Because the more you create these institutions and quasi-institutions beneath ministries, departments, and agencies, and on the sidelines of ministries, departments, and agencies, the more you create this thing we all hate called protocol. Because once you've been elevated to that position, you walk into a place with a child or some niece or a former houseboy, and people assume, and I mean not the smart ones, the dumb ones assume that, oh, because he's in the Council of State and he has brought somebody, I must take him. You know, you will have some teachers in some schools who will say, no, the person you brought is not qualified. Yeah. And you are making me do the wrong thing. But how many would do that? Yes. So you say you reduced your salary by 20%?
How much is it?
And your perks, first state the salary and state the perks. As for the respect, we will continue to give it to all who are clothed in the cloak of power. It is only after the cloak of power is removed that you will know whether you actually ever had any respect. And if you haven't lived long enough to know it, the day you get out of government is the day you see your level.
Smoothness level, they used to say back then.
If I may.
I'm jumping.
Just briefly.
10 seconds.
10 seconds. I remember when President Kufuor came into office, he said something. He apologized to Ghanaians because being in power is different from being in opposition.
Yeah. He who feels it knows.
That humility.
You want that?
That if we've got it wrong, come to Ghanaians. We are reasonable people. We know we're in a crisis. But the arrogance of power, the defense of everything, come to us. Say, Tafache, we got it wrong.
That's all. My hands are up.
We apologize. Bring us together. Use this opportunity to nation build. That's leadership. Right. Bring us all together so we can take this nation and build it so that our children and our grandchildren will have a better future.
My people are on fire today. I'll come back to you guys shortly. But we were talking about National Identification Authority. Yeah. And our guy on the ground, one of our two guys, Jay Gabra, is actually at the headquarters of the National Identification Authority. Yes, the deadline has been extended to 31st July. But what is going down there? Jay will keep us up to speed. Jay, good morning. I understand you are reporting from the headquarters of the National Identification Authority. What can you report?
Yeah. Yes, I am, Kafi. Thank you so much. Good morning to you all and welcome to the site. Like you rightly said, I am outside the premises of the headquarters of the National Identification Authority, and it's all about the SIM card re-registration exercise. Obviously, remember last year, from 1st October, it was directed that everybody should re-register their SIM cards with their Ghana card. Owing to that directive, it was supposed to end at the end of this month. But yesterday, a statement was issued, and then we now understand the deadline has been extended. One will think that now that the deadline has been extended, some people will calm down. But it looks like apparently there are still a number of people here who are having quite a difficult time getting their Ghana card. If you look around me, you can tell that there is a massive crowd still at the premises. When we arrived this morning, even though there was some precipitation this morning, despite the rainfall, some people were still here, and the queue went as far as to the end of the road. Fortunately, they are about to open for business, so you realize that now they are now entering into the main premises so they can register for their Ghana card. So according to the statement, the SIM registration exercise began on 1st October last year, and it's expected to end at the end of this month, which was the 31st. So as at 17th March, 14,091,542 SIM cards have been linked to the Ghana card. And owing to this number, it looks like not enough people have registered as yet. I'm sure it's because of the fact that not a lot of people have their Ghana card. So I just want to speak to a few people and ask them how difficult it has been for them getting access to their Ghana card. Boss, morning, all. Alpha, how you doing?
I'm good.
Please, your name is?
My name is Modest.
Pardon?
Modest.
Modest. Modest. How long have you been trying to get your Ghana card?
Oh, since last week.
Since last week. What took you so long?
Oh, when we came, the queue is too long, and sometimes they tell us we would go and come tomorrow.
Okay, so it's because of your Ghana card you haven't registered your SIM card?
Yes, please.
But now that the deadline has been extended to July, don't you think you can go and come back later and register for the SIM card?
No, as soon as I get the Ghana card, I will go and register my SIM card.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is now the deadline has been extended. It's no longer the 31st of March. Oh, okay. It's now in July. Do you know that?
No, please.
Oh, really?
No, please.
You are not aware about that?
No, please.
Okay, so owing to that, do you think you want to go back and avoid this massive queues and maybe come back later?
No, I will just try.
You want to stay in and you think you'll be sorted out today?
Because I waste a lot of time about it.
This side is a premium center. If you want to do your Ghana card, you have to pay. The last time I checked, it was like 250 Ghana cedis. Don't you have any centers where you stay, where you can register for the Ghana card?
Oh, no, please.
You are not aware of?
No, I'm not. I don't know the place.
Oh, okay, so you have to come and be in this long queue. Do you have to go to work this morning?
Yes, please.
And you have to be in this queue? Yeah, so that was Modest giving us his opinion as to why he's still here, despite the extension of the deadline. You see the queue outside, but there's still quite a crowd inside the main building. And so people are still making their way slowly into the building so they can get their card. Then they can get access to their Ghana card. Then they can register their SIM cards. At the moment, the process seems quite hectic, and I hope that what the minister has said, the processes she has outlined, that will help streamline the process, will come to be. Because at this point, you might see that productivity is a little low because the queue goes, and if you have to come and spend the whole day over here, you lose a whole day. And if you think about it, if hours are money, you are losing a lot of money, a lot of manpower hours and everything. So according to the state, many more time are also being required to update the SIM registration app for the registration of diplomats, while a self-service SIM registration app is also being developed to facilitate registration of SIM cards for Ghanaians resident abroad. Owing to a lot of these processes, you think it will help streamline the process. Why didn't they introduce this before saying we should register our SIM cards? And one would think that when we are registering for the SIM card, we give them our phone numbers and all that. So why wouldn't they just link up with the networks? Then it streamlines the whole process. But for now, this is the hectic situation that people have to go through. Boss, morning. Oh.
Good morning.
How are you doing this morning, sir?
Bless. Oh, how are you?
Blessed. Okay. So, what's your name, please?
Michael.
Michael, where are you coming from this morning?
Adenta.
Adenta. Oh, okay. Is there no center, NIA center, or around your district where you can register for your Ghana card?
There is, but when you go there, they will tell you it will take some time, 2 months, 3 months. So the ideal thing is for you to come to the main office for you to get it if you really need it on time.
But that's going to cost you some money.
Well, we didn't even know initially that you were supposed to pay, especially with my case. Where they checked, they said it's a technical fault on the card, not mine was a replacement.
Okay.
You see, I went to the MTN office. They tried to scan it, but it just wouldn't work. So they asked me to come to the head office too.
So how long have you been coming here?
They told me it's ready. I was here, they said by Tuesday. I came here on Tuesday, it didn't work. I came here on Thursday, they said Friday. I came on Friday, and they said it's not ready. So this week too, I've come on Wednesday to see if it's ready.
So have you heard the deadline has been extended to July? So do you think maybe by this week you get your Ghana card?
I'm hoping to get it today.
Oh, okay.
If anything, yes.
If anything.
Yes.
So you are hoping today you get your Ghana card?
Yes.
Thank you so much. Yeah. So yeah, you see some of the trouble some people are facing in terms of getting their Ghana card. Some people have registered and they haven't gotten their card yet. It's not linking properly, and some also it's missing. And some when they registered, they couldn't find any access, any clue at all as to where their card ended up. Because where you registered, when they go back to that center, they can't find their card for them. And of course, they are the first-time registrants who are also facing a hectic time. So. The police here have a job on their hands trying to direct the crowd and all that. So, Kaf, these are the scenes happening at the NIA, what you can see presently. I don't know if you have any questions for me.
Deadline has been extended. Do they know the deadline has been extended? Because it almost seems as if it's business as usual. It's almost as if the deadline is still 31st of March. Do they know? Jay, do you hear me? I wanted to know whether the people in the queue know that the deadline has been extended to 31st of July, because it appears that it's just business as usual.
Oh, okay. Yes. And now some people are finding now the deadline has been extended. I don't think a lot of people have read the statement. But for now, I think what's happening is they just want to get a card and get the stress off their head so they know that they have it, and then they don't have to come all this way once more. Yeah, so that's what it's, because I've spoken to a few people, and then even though they're not, it's like I've asked them if they've heard about the extension. And at the moment, not many people know.
Did you say that this was the site of the premium services? Is this premium services?
Sorry?
Is this where they pay extra money?
Is this a single service?
Premium. Is this where they pay extra money for some kind of express or premium service?
Yes. Yes.
Wow.
Yes. When you come to the headquarters of the NIA, that's where you get to pay the premium amount. That's when you want it quickly. But usually they have offices in the districts where you can register. But for most people here, they want it quickly. So they want it quickly. That's why
this is the quick.
Coming to the headquarters itself.
If this is the quick, I wonder what the slow is. Just gauging how many people are in the queue.
And you notice that when you go to the network, when you go to the call centers and all that, you notice the queues there as well, because you may have your Ghana card, but registering your SIM card to becomes easier time as well. So if the ministry can help streamline the process, I believe it will help everybody who has to spend their manpower in these long queues and spend their whole day in this kind of situation.
Jay, how many people do you estimate are in the queue as you speak? How many people, just looking around, what's your guesstimate?
That's a very good question. I saw the numbers. I didn't really count, but I'll say, give or take, there are hundreds of them over here. They are letting them into the premises slowly but surely. They are getting them seated and all that. So hopefully those you see on the road will get onto the premises and then don't be under the sun for too long.
Oh, these are the people who are on the road about to enter the premises of the headquarters of the National Identification Authority. Wow. Wow. All right, that's our man, Jake, at the premium services location for the re-registration. Wow. It's just reinforcing what we just spoke about. I mean, how hard is this system, Oscar Kekiri? I mean, how hard is it to just harmonize these things with all the apps that we have, all the technology? I mean, the ministry has digitalization in its name. How hard is it to spare people this grief?
You just used the word harmonization. There was a message about, the issue concerning the database, the NIA. So now what's going to happen? NIA has a database. Telcos have a database. Not one telco. And now they're going to have to harmonize all of this data. Because, yes, somebody would have registered his card with NIA with a different name or whatever, and so forth. Those are legitimate things. But the harmonization.
That's the issue. Okay.
So bring them here.
Kwesi, your final take on this. I know you're tired.
I'm worried, but I don't know. The word at this point is not just about this government, but it's about leadership in my dear motherland, Ghana. Our leadership has a demonic disregard for the three currencies in life. There are only three currencies in life. One is time. If you saw on TV the people queuing to go and register something which the NIA must already have, it is a demonic disregard for the most important currency in life, which is precious and irreplaceable, time. The second currency in life, money, which is the common one everybody knows. We have a demonic wastage of money because everybody gets into power and there doesn't seem to be national priorities. There are political party priorities. So the essence of the National Development Planning Commission is we might as well just close it down because we're paying people to be there. They're supposed to have a clear plan for the nation, devoid of partisan politics, that says these are the 5 things that are necessary for our survival before our prosperity. You have to be alive to prosper.
Indeed.
Right?
Yes.
So we have a demonic wastage of money as well, because when you look at every project that every political party from Kwame Nkrumah's era to now starts and the next refuses to continue, and then they start theirs and the next refuses to continue, you see that time, number 1, wasted. Money, number 2, wasted. And the worst of all, we have a demonic hatred of knowledge. That is the third currency. There are only 3 currencies in life. Knowledge. Because if you look at knowledge with its attendant wisdom, with its attendant verifiable facts, with its attendant truth, politics makes it possible for people to look at truth and say, I don't see it. And it also makes it possible for the bleating sheep who only see the politician who gives them crumbs to eat as God Almighty to say when they fart, it smells like Tom Ford Black Orchid. It's a problem. Until we ourselves can look at our own fathers and mothers and see their failings and say, I love my father, but this is his failing. He eats too much. He likes women too much. I love my mother, but this is her failing. She doesn't tidy her kitchen after work. It's going to be very difficult for us to start seeing the failings of the people that we temporarily clothed in authority. Because right now, there is a leadership crisis in Ghana. And it is not about Nana Akufo-Addo. It is about what has continued from the time that some people thought they could do better than Kwame Nkrumah and took him out of power and failed miserably.
And some people thought they could do better than the next and failed miserably. And some people arrested people and confiscated all their goods and failed miserably. And we continue.
And
now,
some people were
the
shocked.
worst thing, my brothers told me this when we were off air. He says, and the worst thing is, every government is happy to blame everybody but themselves. So I know from traveling around the world that once a new government, you blame the government for everything that goes wrong. Ghana is unique. It's a unique country in the whole world because we are in the center of the earth. We hold only the opposition responsible for our problems, whilst our government eats and refuses to talk to us because courtesy demands that when you are busy eating, you don't talk.
Eloquently put.
Sorry,
KKD.
Can we brand?
Before Thelma comes in,
can we brand the perfume?
I shall never think of Tom Ford again in the same way.
Give a new one.
Odor Flatulence.
Odor Flatulence.
You see,
the politique.
Carefully, we have discussed this off air.
No, we have.
You see some people you have some modicum of respect for, and once they are giving some appointment,
everything changes
by some demigod. Everything that demigod does now is right. So because I voted for you in a manner that is egregious to the welfare of the nation, I should continue to say you are right. I should say when you rented that luxury plane, it was right. When you knew full well that 3.5 months down the line, you are going to be begging the poor citizens of Ghana that when they are sending money to their mother to buy medicine, you're going to tax them. It was wrong. And we need apologies from people in authority. My father, Ashanti man, does not apologize. But my mother has taught us to. And in time, now my father is 83. Once in a while, when he has done you wrong, he'll call and say, oh, Eja, because if you cannot apologize to the people who elevate you to power, how do you come back and tell them to give you more of their earnings?
That's a question.
It's madness.
Let's bring in a breath of sanity from Thelma.
I've just run from the village square
yes.
where there are cowboys and young maidens are dancing. The upper tampa and they are doing this. Now you called me to come and read messages.
Please read the messages, Ohima.
If thousands of people leave their productive jobs to queue for NIA and SIM card registration, how do we expect the country to import toothpicks? How do we not expect the country to import toothpicks? Because the one who produces it in Ghana has left his job to queue for something as common as NIA SIM cards. We have shambolic leadership. Oh, Debbie. That's the message here now. Good morning, GTV Breakfast. We love this hashtag. The 3 demonic currency, dear. It will never depart from our leaders. So Kujeti says, good morning, Togbi Kafui. This SIM card re-registration is giving a lot of problems in this country. And moreover, why should government say Ghanaians have only 6 months plus 4 months to re-register their SIMs? And one question too is, how many empty offices do we have in every town that can help do this job quick? This government has a long way to go. Okujetu Jacob from Hohwe says so. Good morning, BFS. With the registration of the Ghana card, the initial registration was NIA centers. It's a pity the NIA centers around the country can't even register the citizens as it was done initially. Whenever you go there, all they say is go to the head office. Also, I see some foreign nationals in the queue. Now, to acquire citizenship in a country, you must have the passport of the particular country. Does it mean that those foreigners have the Ghana passport? Well, there's a provision for foreign nationals in Ghana to get a non-citizen or non-Ghanaian Ghana card. So that's maybe what they are there to do. I can't say for sure. Good morning, Ghana. I'm Mr. Fela Gideon Achu, watching you live. To the man in Kente, thumbs up. He took my heart with so many handshakes. So for you, the KKD, let's pick some more thoughts. Perhaps I'll scroll. The authority of the NIA should go to Temalong room, and a lot of cards are sitting in their office, and officers are demanding money from the owners before giving them their cards. Issuing of the cards is now a business for their NIA officers. The authority must act fast. There's a longer one on top where he's saying the extension of the SIM registration is not as a result of the failure of the minister, but pure Ghanaian and Africa attitude. No. A lot of Ghanaians decided not to register for the national ID card. So he just followed up with that one from the long room where he's alleging that the officers are taking money. More messages coming into our WhatsApp number 05555-61034. Okay, I went up, no new ones yet. Let me continue from where I left off. I felt sorry when I saw the situation at the premium service location at the NIA. They are charging so much. What they need to do is to keep creating satellite offices at different places as the people increase in numbers so that they can maintain the value of the premium services. Are there directors or managers at the NIA who are watching the situation and making situational decisions? Is what Frederick Adongo is asking. Trisha said, at times I am proud to be a Ghanaian and certain times I bow my head in shame. Almost all African nations are facing the same rough and tumble with their leadership. I may be wrong, but how many countries abroad, the US, UK, Canada, etc., attempt coup d'etats? It's all because their system works. Is it because the majority are not educated? I wonder. Party colors also come to play. More messages on our WhatsApp number 05555-61034. And I see some greens on the screen. I go straight there. For me to make my Ghana card, I must be in line for 2 weeks. Every day they tell us that their limit is 80 for the week. Also, they are collecting bribes too as well. Good morning, GTV. As you can see, these people are not real. I wonder which people he's referring to. This about the Ghana card. We need to involve the military in designing swift way of registration. The military is known in professionalism. I think the best way is to give the people queuing a special code that can be tagged with a day to come over for the card, or create other posts.
Why even queue? Why queue? Just digitalize the whole system. Why queue? I don't get it.
Adol says, Okomfo Kafui, let your men come to a Shaiman NIA office and see what's happening there. Very, very annoying. From Roland Na Adolf at a Shaiman. And I've read your message. Nane Kuyamwabuating, aka E-Levy, is good. Good morning, Okomfo Kaf. John Mahama always talks as if he has never ruled this country before. I need not to leadership coupled with daylight raping of public affairs and self-inflicted doom. So Mahama is certainly not
where is he coming from with this comment?
Option. I wonder myself.
No, but I don't worry about his comment. I worry about us not editing it.
Okay. Good. This is the one asking about the people not being real, and I asked what kind of people. He's come back to clarify to say that they are not they are the politicians. So let me remind you that these are comments made by people who are watching us, so they represent their own views and not the views of GBC or any of its presenters. I'll hand over back to you, Kaf.
Somebody is pointing that you should read Oscar's message.
Oscar, yeah, very necessary.
I couldn't agree more with Oscar. They are accountable to us. We should and would demand accountability from them. So thank you for pointing it out again. That I have a comment up there. Yes. You need to read it.
Maybe so. If all fails, you know. Thank you so much, Thelma. That's
you're welcome.
Great. So you're from which region again?
Central
region. Okay. I like the way you've done your cloth.
Apambo. So it's a festival, so we are all going.
All right.
And the young ladies will dress like this so they can dance properly.
Give me the dance.
If I had some handkerchiefs here, you wait. I'll bring the drummers and meet me at the town square.
She's running out of the dance. So. See you, Thelma. I'll see you.
Okay, Cap.
I want to wrap it up with some really bad news. And this has to do with more souls lost on our roads. I was at a road safety event last week, had the honor of emceeing that event, the Kofi Annan Road Safety Award. And Ghana is high up on that league table of deadly, and I'll use KKD's word, and demonic statistics as far as fatalities on our roads are concerned. And not just fatalities, but people who are maimed, you know, people who have limbs cut off, who are traumatized for the rest of their lives. And the latest one was yesterday on the Takrady Accra Road, and ironically the thing happened is called Asemasa. The matter ended, and the matter ended for 14 people who died in a really gory accident on that stretch of road. We apologize for some of these images. We edited them as much as possible, but they still paint a story that is horrible. At least 14 people reported dead, loaded with stones coming from Cape Coast. which had burst a tire. So when the two vehicles collided, they exploded and caught fire, and the passengers on the bus were burnt beyond recognition. Occupants of the bus included a Chinese person who died, while the truck driver and his mate sustained injuries. Dead have been conveyed to the Central Regional Hospital, Cape Coast, for preservation and autopsy. Fire teams came in from Sekondi, Daboasi, Elmina, Commander, as well as personnel from the Motor Traffic and Transport Department of the Ghana Police, led by their regional commander, Deputy Commissioner of Police, DCOP Felix Fusu Ajiman, and the MTTD Commander, Chief Superintendent Isaac Sokpa. So they went on the scene to conduct emergency operations on the road. All 14 died. Driver and mate sustained injuries. Police and fire scene investigators from Central Region had taken over the case for further investigations. This accident, similar to the Piatti explosion accident, drew a huge crowd with people taking photographs, and I'm sure all over social media. This is pictures the are all over. This is the Times. Yes.
Did they say which people died?
They said 10 people and 10 men, 4 women. They didn't name anybody.
But they named Chinese.
A person as part of the
I take exception to that reportage because you see, when you're able to identify a nationality without identifying others, it is as though you are still doing slave mentality reportage. You know, and this has happened in journalism for many years. So when we are in our own country, you must be wary of it. If you're going to say some other nationality died, you might as well say
13 Ghanaians died and 1
thank you.
Chinese. Okay.
But to leave that for us to wonder,
who is the
but
Chinese
as so it's like, oh, I'm the reporter, and I think it is very important
to
that
add that a Chinese person
I
died.
state that somebody more important died. So
good point on that.
Let young journalists be aware
Note
of
about
this.
that. Yeah, thank you so much. I'll come to you, Oscar. So I had a conversation some months ago, and I was scratching my head with frustration. That was back then when we used to have politicians sitting where you are sitting. And I said, is it not time that all our highways are dual carriage to prevent, because with a dual carriage highway, you cannot have a head-on collision. It's not possible. Because everybody's moving in one direction, there's a median, and then people are moving there. They said, it's too expensive. That's what they told me. Both of them.
Now, because life is cheap.
MPP guy and DC guy. They told me repeatedly, it's too expensive.
Now, please, give us their names, not their parties.
Highway, I will remember. No, they represented their party. So for me, and they were just speaking, it just knocked me out, you know. Why can't we have dual carriage highways in Ghana?
It's not rocket science. And the only reason why they'll say it is because Kashito. But for me, it's not only about head-on collisions. Have you seen the goats that try and cross the road, and the cows, and the human beings who try and cross?
In fact, Valerie met a flying goat yesterday on her way to work.
They are even more head-on collisions.
Yeah.
And from this particular reportage, there was a puncture.
Yes.
If you look at the number of used tires that vehicles are using in this country, it is a major cause of accidents. I have in my car a shredded tire. The whole rim of the reel of the tire came off. And when you go to the tires, you realize that they have expiry dates.
Of course, they have expiry dates. They have dates
and
on
people are importing sand tires, snow tires. We don't even know the difference. It just looks good. When they bring the tires and they take some black polish and shine it and make it look like it's brand new, you go and buy it, but it's a death trap. Unfortunately, 99% of the vehicles, I'm sure, I don't have the statistics, but I wouldn't be surprised that everybody has some used tire on their vehicle. And there's a speed limit. I'll show you after the program. Even on the tire, they state the speed limit of the particular tire you are using. The code is there.
Expiry date, everything.
Everything is there. So we're just, you know, out there, and our lives are at risk.
So really, too many factors. This road construction, the tires people are using, even the knowledge of the drivers.
And the roads themselves are a problem. Today, Ghanaians, we have been given smooth road. And smooth road means step on accelerator. And there are too many ignorant people driving. I'm sorry. I've been going around the country, and the number of near accidents And people, I call them murderers on the road. People who deliberately overtake when you cannot see the horizon, and they are look, they are just, you call them demonic. They are demonic murderers. They are on our streets. And if you are wise, travel like 80, 90. Leave the house early. Cruise. Take your time and get to your destination, because at 140, 160, 180, you will end up like this.
So sad. Thank you so much for your thoughts, Oscar. Chrissy, you have a final word.
There are times when we need to just remind people of their duties and responsibilities, and I think this is one of them. His bringing up of the used tire dealers is a very important one. I think whoever is the head or whoever are the lead people in the Used Tire Dealers Association should be talking to their members. You see, what's happening in Europe is that they're tired of having landfills. They don't have space for landfills. So anything that they need to throw away, including used brassiers, used clothing, used shoes, anything, they're happy to give to you, not for free, but for the cheapest price, so you can carry that waste into your country. This is a fact. This is something I know for a fact in London. And this is something on which documentaries have been done. So Europe is fine. And now it's not just Europe. South Korea is doing it too. North America is doing it. And even South America is starting too. Because all these landfills are not really good for the environment. So when you go to import stuff, please sort the stuff out at source. Don't bring all the junk to your country, because it is clear that with used clothing, for instance, 50% of all the used clothing imported into Ghana end up as waste in landfills. Go behind Alogloshi, you see some of that. And so if we want to make money, yes, let's make our money, but let us not make our money to the detriment of the people. And as for the roads, and as for the dual carriageways, and as for the conduct of the drivers, we have policemen. We have cameras. Why can't we ban people from driving for a year? If you earn your income from driving and you're known to be a dangerous driver, whether you drive VVIP or an articulated truck, why do you still have a license to drive? So it is as if we have decided that we are the United States of demons, and what is good for us, we will not do. What is necessary for us, we will wait for foreigners to do. What will help us, we will not do. We will beg for foreigners to do. But what will make us money to kill ourselves quicker, so that all the money that we hoard over the years, we cannot even spend, because in our old age we'll be living with diabetes, with gout, with high blood pressure, and we cannot even go up into the buildings we have amassed for our children. That's what we have become as a people. Who are the richest people in Ghana? What is the quality of their life? Are they better than Openyi Kojochire? No. I will always use that man as an example for a reason. We can live modestly and do things correctly so that we can provide our humanity.
Couldn't have said it better. My guests, MD for the Finest Productions, King Kwesi Dakwa, and Oscar Provençal, actor, director, men of the arts, and astute commentators on what's happening in the country. I wish you the very best of the day, and look forward to seeing you again next week, Wednesday.
By God's grace.
Alrighty. Still to come, we have conversations on industrial minerals in Ghana. Mr. Nelson Ahedo, director of the Small Scale and Industrial Minerals, will be here to look at issues. Started off with some rains around 3 o'clock, just when I was shifting into fifth gear. And then the rains come and I'm thinking, man, it's Wednesday. I should be sleeping really on a Saturday, and then it rained. So what's going on? Today is World Meteo Day. We have a conversation there with Mr. Eric Esuman, Director General of the Ghana Meteorological Agency. And then we have what's on your mind in the last hour of today's show. I prophesy it. 055-556-1034. My name is Kafui. I wanted to give me a Ghana name, man. Give me a Ghana name. Ni what?
Ni kutun kutun kutunklu.
Ni kutun 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 kutunklu.
Now I'll give you ni pobi ni sumoy hesani.
Nickbobi, I like my mother. I shall give you no names. I shall just send you off with my blessings. And God willing, we meet again next week, Wednesday. Take care, guys. One love. All right, this is hashtag GTV Breakfast. Hashtag Heritage Month on GTV. We're back with conversations on and the weather. Don't go anywhere.
The show was a jar or bar anyone conquer dim.
The groom is sick.
What?
Malaria.
Malaria. Lufat. Lufat.
Injija woman malaria and kawon to them. Lufat, a malaria drop a cope.
And now it is right.
Entrance Pharmaceuticals and Research Center. And I Lufat. Lufat, a two malaria sententem. FDA, Ashasa, a Jedi in Kratoi Ajatum.
All SIM cards in Ghana must be registered again with only the Ghana card. Yes, only the Ghana card.
You will not be able to make voice calls, use mobile money services, internet, and all other services linked to your SIM card if you don't.
To register, dial *404# and follow the prompts. You will be required to send the following details on your Ghana card: Ghana card number, surname, first name, date of birth, and sex.
You will then receive a special code which you will present to your nearest service provider agent or customer care center for your biometric details to be captured. Remember to add your digital address.
Dial *404# on your phone to start registering your SIM card today.
For more information, contact your service provider on 100 or the Communications Authority on toll-free number 0800 110622. Register your SIM card to stay connected.
The build-up to Qatar 2022 FIFA World Cup is here. The deciders for the 5 teams to represent Africa comes off between 25th March and 29th March 2022. It's Ghana versus Nigeria, Friday 25th March.
It's finished here in Accra, 2-1 to Ghana.
And the return leg, Nigeria versus Ghana in Abuja on Tuesday 29th March 2022.
Oga, it don't set finish.
It's clear, it's Ghana for Qatar because no eagle flies above the stars. Catch all 10 playoff matches live on GTV Sports Plus. Remember, no eagle flies above the stars. It's Ghana for glory only on GTV Sports Plus. Qatar.
This program is proudly sponsored by
betborrow.com.gh.
Hisense, everyday prices for everyday people.
is the Assistant Manager, Small Scale and Industrial Minerals of the Minerals Commission, Mr. Eric Bukari, and he's joined us this morning. Mr. Bukari, good morning and thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
It's your first time at the table.
Sure.
Welcome.
Thank you.
It's Heritage Month. Which region are you representing?
I'm from Upper West region.
Okay.
The Sisala West District.
Okay. Yeah. What's iconic about people from your part of the country?
Well, our part of the country, we are actually at the border to Burkina Faso. And then our type of food is usually the TZ that we call here.
Did you bring some this morning?
Well, I ate some yesterday night.
Okay.
Yeah. But in the Sisala language, we'll call it kole.
Kole.
Yeah.
So TZ in the Sisala language is kole.
Yeah.
Okay, let me write that down. Kole. Next time.
Thank you.
You bring plenty.
Sure.
It's a big team. Thank you for joining us. And we are talking about industrial minerals. So what do we mean when we say industrial minerals?
Thank you very much. Once again, good morning to the viewers, and then thank GTV for giving us the opportunity to come across with issues of mining. Typically, we have all known mining to be gold and then diamond and then bauxite. But there is another group of minerals that we call industrial minerals. These minerals usually are used in the industrial setup. So you have construction, ceramics, and others. And typical examples, we have the sand that people mine, we have gravel, we have limestone, we have basalt, we have salt. So these are the types of minerals that we classify as industrial minerals. In Ghana, the laws allows the minister to add on to the number of industrial minerals. So you read the Act 703 at the interpretation and definition sections. It gives you the types of minerals that we classify as industrial minerals in Ghana. Other jurisdictions might have more, but then in Ghana, those are the ones that we have. So if the minister, through the advice of the Minerals Commission, wants to add a particular mineral to it as industrial minerals, then he needs to gazette that one and publicize it. So once it's gazetted and publicized, then we admit it as part of the industrial mineral list of Ghana.
Okay, so yeah. I've written down here sand, stone, gravel, limestone, and salt.
Yeah.
So you're saying that elsewhere there are others that we don't have in Ghana. Could you give us some examples?
Yeah, some have graphite they add to it. So depending upon what the nation will want, but for Ghana, we are dealing with our laws. So these are the ones that the minister, the law has given. So as time goes on, we may add more as they are found. Yeah.
And I'm sure that there's different rules for mining all these different types of industrial minerals, or is it just one law that covers all of them?
Thank you. It's still the one law that covers everyone, but then the type of documentations that you need, that is what will just differ a little bit. If someone is doing, for instance, large-scale gold mining, the type of documentation he will need might be different from somebody going to do salt mining or just sand winning. So the type of documentation will be different, but then the processes for acquiring the license are the same.
So what kind of documentation do you need for industrial minerals?
Yeah, to be able to do industrial minerals, you need to be a legal entity. In that case, we want to see that you are a registered entity or just an individual who is coming for a small scale type of mining, that's perhaps sand winning. So you need to be a legal entity. So if you are a registered entity, enterprise, limited liability, cooperative, then you need to bring those documentations that you have been registered by the Registrar General's Department. And then the nature of business or the principal activity should include mining. So it means that you can't have just any registered business entity to do mining. It should be registered for mining.
Okay, so if you have a company that's for general export and import and export of general goods, you can't use company to get a license to mine industrial minerals. That's what you're saying.
You can't use it unless you go and then amend the nature of business to include mining. Then you can use it. So long as Registrar General has not registered it for mining purposes, then you can't use it.
And so what else do you need?
Yeah, so after getting that one, depending on the type of the scale that you want to go into, if you are going into small scale, let's say sand winning, then you get that business registered document. You need your application form. Then one cardinal document is your site plan, because every license is site specific. So you need to get a site plan that covers the area of interest. Then you need to pay your fees that are necessary or required by law to pay. Once you get these ones, we will review the document and then do what we call gazetting. In the gazetting process, we are trying to tell everybody that this company or this entity has interest in a mining activity at a specific location, and therefore we are bringing it to the notice of the public. So the public has the right to comment on it. If you have an objection, you can comment. If you support it, you can comment. We'll then take all these comments and review them and then address them appropriately. Now, when you bring all this in, but if you move from the small scale and then you go into the large scale level, let's say quarries, aside the site plan, aside the business registration document, we also need your business plan, what you actually want to do. We want to find out whether technically you know what you want to do. We want to find out whether environmentally you know what to do. We want to find out whether financially you are apt to the tax. We'll have to get all these things from your business plan. So basically, these are documentations that you need: the company registered documents, your application form that you purchase from the Minerals Commission, your site plan, and then your business plan.
Okay. Yeah. If I understand you correctly, there are different or slightly different requirements for mining large scale and small scale. So in this instance, when we say small scale, what are we talking about? Land size? What's the criteria for defining a small scale and differentiating it from the large scale mining of industrial minerals?
Thank you. The law gives the specific definition related to size. So if the area you want to mine is less than 25.2 acres, then you fall under the category of small scale.
So
small
less
scale,
than
5.2 acres. So that is in cadastral block units, that will be 12 cadastral blocks. Each cadastral block for small scale is 2.1 acres. So if you fall within that land size, then you will be classified as a small scale. The other definition also is that you should be a Ghanaian. So these are the two definitions that differentiates a small scale from the large scale.
So it means that if you are non-Ghanaian, you can do large scale industrial mining.
Yes.
But then the small scale is reserved
for Ghanaians.
For only Ghanaians.
Yes.
Why did you find the need to make that distinction?
Well, initially, even the small scale law said that industrial minerals, the law actually gave it that it's meant for Ghanaians. But then if a foreigner wants to come in, then he has a financial requirement of about $10 million. So you realize that investing $10 million into sand winning will not be worthwhile. But investing it into something like limestone is a lot of investment that you need to get into it. Investing it into something like kaolin for a bigger project is also necessary. Investing 10 million into salt is also very necessary. So we also realize that you look at the name industrial minerals, it's actually minerals that are used in the industry. Ghanaians are building, Ghanaians are doing constructions. We also want Ghanaians to participate more. So that's where the focus actually was. And we also need to exploit the mineral resources efficiently. Yeah.
Right. Are there specific groups of people who qualify to mine industrial minerals?
Yeah, as I said earlier on, specifically, everybody qualifies to mine industrial minerals.
Even if you don't have knowledge of the industry, of the sector?
The knowledge, where we will get it from is usually when you present your business plan, we are able to see the CVs of those that are supposed to do the mining activity. So we get the type of knowledge that we want there. So depending upon the skill and then the type of mining, you will need certain expertise to do that activity. However, things like sand winning, the basic knowledge you will need is how to mine, how to also mine and then reclaim the mined out areas. So you realize that sand winning levels are not too much. So a lot of Ghanaians are actually in there. However, you need the expertise. You need to know that when you mine, you need to reclaim. Do you just leave the pit? Usually it's about maximum 1 meter deep, sometimes 2 feet deep. But then you need to make sure you gravel it up, you use your bulldozer. So once you are coming in, you should know it. Also, we do have associations for small-scale sand winners, where training goes on. Our inspectorate division does a lot of training for them, so that they will be able to know the technicalities when it comes to the environmental aspects of the mining. Before we also give you the license, we are also expected to do what we call pre-licensing inspection. In that direction, we will have to look at the suitability of the area that you want to go and mine. So of necessity, through that activity, we will be restricting people from going into certain areas once you come into the ambient of the law.
Before we come to the restrictions, you mentioned pre-licensing inspections.
Yeah.
Who assumes responsibility for prospecting for these industrial minerals? Because one of your colleagues who was here a couple of weeks ago educated us on how you need to first find that there's a mineral here to be mined and then present that as part of your documentation to kind of justify why you need the license. Is that also required when it comes to industrial materials? Do you need to prove that that material is actually there to be mined?
Yeah, there are various stages of the licensing process. Though we are talking and then mentioning small scale, we actually have all the 3 categories of licensing in the industrial mineral sector. So we have the recognizance license, we have the prospecting license, and then we have the mining lease itself. When it comes to industrial minerals, we just want to qualify it by adding restricted recognizance mining license, restricted prospecting license, and then restricted mining lease.
Why restricted?
That is just the name that we have given to it.
Just to differentiate the
differentiate
industrial
it from the normal license that you have. So as soon as you hear restricted recognizance license, you know that
an
industrial mineral. You hear restricted prospecting license, we are talking about industrial mineral. Restricted mining lease, we are also talking about industrial minerals. So as the name goes, that you hear restricted recognizance and restricted prospecting, it tells you that the applicant has applied to look for the mineral that he has stated in his application. So a company, let's say like West Africa Quarries, decides to mine limestone. They will want to find out the quantities and the grades that they have, the specific location of the deposit within a particular area of the license. So they decide that, okay, we want to start with recognizance license, or we want to start with prospecting license. In that case, they are for it. So the onus then lies on the applicant to look for the quantities and the qualities and the specific locations of the mineral. However, Geological Survey Authority are also an institution of state that does a lot of prospecting activities in the country. So they host a lot of database when it comes to locations of minerals in Ghana. Currently, we are having a committee, a national steering committee made up of Minerals Commission and then Geological Survey, who are doing a number of prospecting activities for industrial minerals. So the onus lies on government as well as the applicant, but the details of it lies on the applicant.
So is the applicant also expected to own the land that they're going to mine from or on? And what should be the relationship between the one presenting the application and the owner of the said land?
Thank you. Mineral rights are not surface rights. So once you are given a mineral rights, it's not automatic that you are having the surface rights. So it means that once you are given the mineral rights, you need to consult the landowner and then also obtain their blessing to be able to do the mining peacefully. So every applicant is expected to consult and contact the landowners to be able to work on their land peacefully. They usually say that you need a social license to be able to mine. So once we give you the mining or the mineral rights, we are not automatically telling you that you own the land. You don't own the land. You only have access to the minerals to exploit them for the benefit of the whole country. So landowners have a right when it comes to their land. They have a right of compensation for you taking up their land to do mining activity. In that activity, you are actually going to deprive somebody of the economic activity that he might want to be doing on his land. In that direction, the law that is Act 703 gives the landowner the right to certain types of compensations. So we have 3 types of compensations that they need to get. You have property. If there is any property on it, you need to negotiate with the owner and then pay appropriate and adequate or fair compensation. You also need to negotiate with the landowner to pay what we call land use compensation, as well as crop compensation. So all these things are some of the reasons why every applicant needs to look for the landowner and then deal with the landowner in that direction in the licensing process.
So this applies even if the owner of the land is a chief or is being held in trust for a community?
Sure. In Ghana, we have various types of land ownership. You have stool lands, you have family lands, you have individual lands, and then you have state lands. So you, the applicant, the onus lies on you to look for which type of land ownership you are going into. That is why the 21 days publication, Gazette publication, is also given out, so that when the site plan is publicized at the district assembly in the community that the activity is supposed to go on, everybody have access to it. So if you also see that it is in your land, but the owner, the applicant has not contacted you, you can contact Minerals Commission, and then we'll link the two of you up for you to be able to negotiate for the appropriate compensation and then access to the land.
Okay, because we'll be wrapping up in a couple of minutes, I just want to pick your thoughts, because part of the industrial minerals mining is reserved solely for Ghanaians. It might help some to have an idea of how much monies they may need if they are interested in perhaps starting a company or registering a company to get into mining industrial minerals. How much do you think someone may need to consider putting together to help them through the process until they get the final stage of mining and then selling off what they've mined?
Yeah, thank you. For the licensing process, there are various fees based on the various categories that the applicant is coming in. There is a lot of discrimination when it comes to fees based on nationality. If you're a Ghanaian, your fees are lower. If you're a foreigner, your fees are also pegged for you. So the fees are roughly for the application form, the processing fee, and the annual mineral rights fee itself. So for sand winning, for instance, a small scale, so you will have the application form that generally goes for the cedi equivalent of $200. Then you have the processing fee as $140 cedi equivalent. Then you have the annual mineral right fee is on the size that you are taking. So it is $15 cedi equivalent for the small scale. Now when you come to the large scale Ghanaian, still the application form is $200. The processing fee is $350 cedi equivalent. The annual mineral right fee is $650 per cadastral unit. Then when you come to the foreign participation, where foreigners are involved, then the application form
goes higher.
Yes, goes higher, $350. The processing fee goes to $500. Then annual mineral right fee is $3,000 per cadastral unit per year. So it varies. There is a lot of discrimination in there.
I think that this all time will permit us. I'm sure you have perhaps on our next date next week, if there is more to share, I'm sure that you'd be happy to come back and help us understand this a bit more. An opportunity for Ghanaians to get involved, create jobs for themselves and other people, I would say. So thank you for sharing them with us. Mr. Eric Bukari is the Assistant Manager, Small Scale and Industrial Minerals at the Minerals Commission. He's been helping us understand industrial minerals mining in Ghana and what the prospects may be for you, even if you don't have any mining knowledge, to get yourself surrounded by the rightly qualified persons to perhaps prospect for industrial minerals. So that could be sand, gravel, limestone, and salt. So all these are industrial minerals that the law permits us to take part in the mining for, and the minister has the sole right to add more onto the list if it is found to be necessary. This is our time with the Minerals Commission, and that's how we wrap this segment. We'll be back with another sit down with the Office of the Meteorological Agency, and they'll be explaining to us what to expect in terms of the weather this season, and you don't want to miss that after the break.
In the first 2 years, your baby will experience
government and a private worker who pay sikadia till hot so we bosumi edwuma who ye sikadia bibin tempai so quick credit be ma loan and what you an kakra na enije sem kese ne say e collateral free loan susu savings account opening and a deposit asembia no ye hia ne say wo Ghana card 2022 there one year edwuma na wo na waye need excuse here. Credit was 03022 00390 and 05969 20833. Basina quick credit.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning.
It's a good morning, and we serve you breakfast. Not just any breakfast. Sizzling helping.
A la carte. Yeah, all the time. Okay, let's take a peek. I brought my spine.
There are certain things that we do to help the children with their brushing.
And there's much more on offer on GTV Breakfast.
You want it served buffet style?
On-site restaurant.
Complimentary breakfast?
Off of your plate should be vegetables. So in my lifetime, I haven't seen Ghana Black Stars being an African country.
Can I show what is written on the box?
Yes, definitely.
Where's the camera?
Just stand and turn. So what's your pleasure? Dan Votras, yeah? At that time of the morning. So never skip breakfast.
On GTV Breakfast.
From Monday to Friday at 6 a.m.
We've got you covered with a trusted team.
Passion Air and ICGC Kuntun say from all your younger siblings, they say they love you and they are wishing you a happy 50th birthday, 23rd March 1950, and it's a date the Met people will not forget. It's World Meteorological Day and is celebrated of the World Meteorological Organization, WMO, which was established on the 23rd of March 1950, and it's celebrated to highlight and create awareness of people's role in protecting the Earth's atmosphere. So that is very important. This year's theme is early warning and early action, and that's what they are focusing on for World Meteorological Day. We have to highlight issues of climate change variability and climate change as they increase the high impact of weather events such as floods and other droughts, extremely high temperatures being recorded in certain parts of the country. All those come about as a result of climate change, and the World Meteorological Agency uses the day to highlight some of these issues and what our roles could be in mitigating the effects of that. So today is World Meteorological Day, and the Director General of the Ghana Meteorological Agency, Mr. Eric Suman, has joined us at the table. Mr. Suman, good morning and welcome.
Good morning, my sister, and how are you?
Very well, thank you, and happy Heritage Month to you. We are celebrating everything Ghanaian this month, and the weather is obviously a global phenomenon, but it's also very, very native to us. This morning we had rain, as if the weather knew that you were coming. So you brought the rains with you. Why have they kept so long?
Yeah, I think this year we've predicted that some part of the country will have late start of the rain, and some part will have early start of the rain, and especially the southeastern part of the country is expected to have late start of the rain, and that's why it has delayed a little in this part of the country, but it has started already in the forests and the middle belt. The rain has started. Okay, and what are some of the issues that you would want to highlight on today's Meteorological Day that we should be aware of in our day-to-day lives that will help our weather patterns in a better way? Yes, so as you rightly stated, WMO, was established on 23rd 1950. All right, and this day is set aside to celebrate the establishment of this wonderful institution, and key issues are brought up, themes are brought up to emphasized to our people. And so this year theme, as you really put it, is early warning, early action. What we are saying is that the weather has very serious impact in our day-to-day activity, in our economy, and it's good for us to give early warnings for people to take appropriate actions to mitigate the effect. So what WMO, and for that matter is saying, is that it's not just enough for us to say how the weather is going to be, but what the weather is going to do. And so we are moving beyond telling you the state of the weather, but to say that this is how it's going to do. And so you have to take precautionary measures to mitigate the effects of the weather. And so we call that impact-based, weather services. And that's what we want to highlight this time around, that lets people take action, not just look at how the weather is going to be, but what the weather is going to do, and then we take action to mitigate the effects, because the weather patterns and the climate change is bringing a very devastating effect on our economies and our lives. And so we can't just listen to it, but take action. With technology and the fact that most people have access to smartphones and they can just, check what the temperature is going to be like, what the for the day will be like, how does an organization, an agency like the Ghana Met maintain relevance in the face of technological advances? Yeah, so Ghana Meteorological Agency is not living out technology in our activities. As I speak to you now, there's about 3 weeks training that will cover more than about 30 of our staff, undergoing training where we are going to use satellite images, merge it with our ground data collection to be able to provide weather information in a specific point that we may not even have stations there. And that's using technology. And after using technology to come out with our product, our weather information, how do we disseminate that information to the public? And that's the angle you spoke about with using technology with apps on our phones and things like that. Just last year, we launched Accra Risk app, all right, flood risk app in Accra here, piloting it to cover some few areas, East, West, and AMA, about flooding issues, and it's available for people who live in these areas to have this app, to have the information as to how the rainfall or warnings are going to affect their area. As I said, impact-based forecasting. So this time, it will tell you how the rainfall is going to affect whether your area is going to be flooded or it's not going to be flooded. And you can get that on the app? You can get that on the app. The app will what's the app called? My Accra Risk, Flood Risk app.
Flood Risk app. So if you go to your Apple Store or your Play Store, you can get the app. You download it, and it tells you what exactly.
So when we issue a warning, the app will take the information we have issued and turn it into the area that you stay. And so it will then indicate whether you are going to be flooded high risk or medium risk or low risk. And so when it's high risk, then you need to take action. When it's medium risk, even it's low risk, you will know. Even you are here and your house is located in this area that I mentioned, and you are far away off, you can check and call home and let people to take precautions. And so it gives that. It also gives so many informations in case of the flooding itself, what to do. Before flooding, what you do. During the flooding, what should you do? After the flooding, what should you do? The emergency numbers that you need to call, the police and NADMO and the fire service, if you are in danger, all that information are there on this app. The tips for us to not fall in, choking our gutters, cleaning our environment and preparing for the disaster are provided. And so it's a very wonderful app. But as I said, we did it with an Alliance Insurance, and we are piloting it in these 3 areas. I mean, East, West, and AMA. And we plan to, broaden it to cover the whole Accra and probably the whole country. And besides this app, we have also various means of disseminating information. One that we are working on that we have not finished yet is called my WITS. WITS is a system that will have internet web-based. And so you go to the link will be given to you, you click the link, it will take you to our forecast. You click the location you are looking for, you get a location-specific forecast if it's loaded onto the system. Beyond that, we want to get to the level where you can click or dial a short code and then have the forecast read to you in your local language. It's a long haul we are going, we are not there yet, but that is the strategy, that if a farmer is in his farm, her phone and dial a short code and be able to get the weather condition before he takes the decision. What we are saying is that weather impacts on our life, and every decision that we take, we need to consider our weather condition to be able to, inform us and add it to our planning. And so we want our weather information to be part of our daily activities and our daily planning. And so a farmer who is going to apply a fertilizer or going to spray his farm, immediately after spraying, if it rains, it wash away all the chemicals away. Wash the chemicals away. So you need this information to know whether I should spray this time or I should spray that time. I should apply my fertilizer this time or another time. And we are making it in such a way that the person will be able to access the information as and when he wants to access it. And so by dialing a short code, you'll be able to get the weather read to you in your local language.
That's not up yet.
We've gotten the short code from NCA.
What's the short code?
The short code is star 910.
910 hash. Star 910 hash. Yeah. If you dial this, it gives you what exactly?
So, as I said, we've done the web-based bit. We are moving to the audio bit, which is the short code I just spoke about.
Okay.
We've secured the short code. We are configuring the short code with one of the telcos. MTN is helping us to do that. And we are in the process. We are not done yet. So now if you dial, you won't get. But that is the strategy, to get to the point where the citizens can call the weather and they will get the weather.
How soon will we have this running, this star 910 hash? How soon will we have timely, relevant information being passed through that short code?
We believe way worse in we should have the system
by close of the year.
We are working with an university and a company in Uganda, and then University of Ghana Population Center RIPS, and then GMET with the support from the telcos and NCA to be able to do this. And it's a long haul, but we believe that's the way to go.
So short code not ready yet, but the app is.
The app is.
So you go to your Apple Store. Let's just go through it again. I have a feeling that people will be very interested in, because this would help them to plan their daily lives, their farming lives, and perhaps even other things. So let's go over the app again.
Yes.
You go to Play Store, you go to Google Store, Apple Store, and then you type in what?
My Flood Risk Accra app.
My Flood Risk
Accra app.
Accra, and then the app will come up.
Yes, you can try it on your phone right now.
I'm trying to get onto it now to go my Play Store and then try and sort it out. But give us an idea of what exactly we would see on the app. I'm trying it now as you give us more details about it.
Yes, so if you download this app, as I said, it gives you the area that is covers the map of this area, and then when we forecast, especially we give a warning that a system is coming and it's going to rain, the app, turn this forecast into the volumes of rains that is expected in the areas that it covers. So the volumes of rain will tell you whether the place is going to be flooded or likely to be flooded or it's not going to be flooded. So if it's going to be flooded, and then you will communicate to or take the necessary precautions. Besides this information that you get from the app, function the app, it has some phases or informations on the app, tips, which will give you before the flooding, what are you supposed to do?
So what are you supposed to do before flooding?
Can use it to teach their kids and teach their family.
What are you supposed to do before flooding?
Like clean your gutters, don't throw garbage into the gutters, don't choke the gutters in front of you, your house, and then making our environment clean. And then during the flooding, the emergency numbers that you can call for help. And so you have NADMO's numbers there, you have police numbers there, you have fire service numbers there, all the emergencies institutions numbers are provided. Okay, then after the flooding, how to take care of whatever problem that you have faced during the flooding, drying your things and moving to, during the flooding, like moving to high areas and things like that. And then after the flooding, what you have to do by cleaning your environment and making sure that, you are safe. All this information are provided on the app.
So I have tried to download the app. I still have to go through a number of systems to get through it to see if I can get any information. And because we don't have a lot of time, perhaps I'll try my hands on it later. You also try your hands on it and send the feedback to us. We'll forward it to the Met agency, and then if there is anything that needs further clarification, perhaps they could give us some answers. But a lot of this is based on predictions, and the fact remains that sometimes what you say does not happen, and so people tend to rely less perhaps on some of the predictions you give. How are you working around making your predictions more reliable by the public so that they can know that they will need to check the weather to plan their lives?
That's a very interesting question. How huge my task is as the head of the institution to communicate our activities to the citizenry for them to come along with us and appreciate our work. What we do is that we give a probabilistic forecast, and so the forecast we will give
probabilistic forecast. So it's probably, it's not definite.
Probabilities. So if we say yesterday in the evening we said it was going to, our forecast, you can now cast, we do 6 hourly forecast. So a forecast we give in a day comes in morning, afternoon, and evening. So evening forecast, we will have the evening, morning, and afternoon. So yesterday forecast predicted that it's going to rain this morning, right? And in that prediction, we give 60% chance of raining. All right, that's the probability of the rain coming. And so that's the probabilistic forecast that I spoke about. And so if it rains, 60% also tells you that there's 40% chance of not raining. All right? And so if it doesn't rain, it falls within that 40% chance of not raining. And so that's what happens. And then if you say it will rain in Accra, I live in Adenta. When I left home, it has not rained. But coming to town,
this
it has
side of
rained.
town.
So the one stay in Adenta will say, oh, Meteo forecast didn't come true. But you in GBC knows that the forecast has come true. And so we are working towards a point where we can give location-specific forecast. So then we won't say it's going to rain in Accra, but then we say it will rain in Adenta, or it will rain in Medina, or it will rain in Osu. Location-specific.
But haven't we got to the point where it should be possible for Met to say it will rain in Adenta? And because we've made such huge advances elsewhere with technology. So why is it still a 60-40 probability when it comes to predicting rains for specific areas?
Yes, so for the prediction itself, you are analyzing and giving a prediction that it's going to rain. So systems are developing. You know, for it to be rain, certain conditions must be available. Weather parameters must be analyzed to say that given this condition, it's going to rain. Things can change during the process. Sometimes we give warning that the system is moving from Nigeria, Togo, east to the west. All right, as it's moving, the meteorologists have done the analysis and look at the speed, the wind speed, and say that by this calculation, it will hit Accra. It's the wind direction that is coming. Something can happen and the wind can blow the system into the sea and may not hit the land. We are mentioning maybe Accra. It can move it to the middle sector and will not hit Accra. What we need to do going forward is to updating the forecast for people to know that, well, we said this, but conditions might have changed, and so this is what it's going to be. And so that answers the question of the probabilities. Things can change. The location specifics, as I told you, some training are even as I speak going on, where we are trying to make satellite data and ground data to be able to get weather information in areas that we don't even have stations. When we are done with all this and the analysis are done, we will be able to say it will rain in Osu and not in Adenta. So it's a going concern. It's a system that is moving. We are working towards it, and so we will get there. We will get there.
The theme for I would have picked your thoughts on the predictability of the weather and the weather predictors in other parts of the world, so that when they say we are likely to have rain in London today, chances are there will be rain. So you need to grab your raincoats, grab your umbrella, and for us to work towards that, what you are saying we are working on.
Address that. All the scientists, you can find out from any meteorologist or scientists around, predicting in our area, our environment here, and predicting in the temperature zone are completely different.
Okay.
There's a lot of, the atmosphere is controlled by energy, the sun, all right? So a lot of energy in our area, because there's a lot of sunshine here, changes the weather situation very frequently. Unlike the temperate zone, where it's stable. And so you say it's going to rain, done your calculation, and you say by this time it will happen. It's stable. The likelihood that it won't change is high. And so you will get it. But in our place, as I'm saying, even the system is moving from Togo to Ghana. The heat in the system, the energy in the system can influence the wind direction, the wind blow and the energy, and then it can blow it off or fizzle out. Here in the temperate zone than in the tropics.
Okay, I think I have a better understanding of from what you've said. This year's theme is early warning and early action. What's the warning and what action are we supposed to be taking? So,
as institution, Ghana Meteorological Agency, we will work and provide the forecast and the warnings. You as a citizen, as stakeholders, you have a responsibility. So, early action, early warning, early action. So, you can see that in Kumasi, I heard in the news, they are distilling the gutters, right? In Accra, I've seen the Odor machine in it distilling. We are giving our forecast this year how the rainfall is going to be like.
What should we expect for rainfalls this year?
Are preparing by taking action. And when we give the warning as a citizen, you need to also take action. That's the reason why you need to listen to the forecast and then depend on it.
So what's the forecast for rainfall?
So just last 10th seasonal forecast for the southern sector for the country, which we are saying that we are going to have normal to below normal rainfall this year. What we mean by that is that we analyze the data for 30 years and get a mean, an average of it. That's the climate for the average, and then compare how the rainfall is going to be this year. If you compare with it and it's going to be below the 30-year average, then we are going to say it's below normal. And we are going to have below normal to below normal rainfall this year.
So it's not going to be massive hours-long rainfall patterns that will cause a lot of destruction and flooding. Is that what you're saying?
It doesn't mean that necessarily.
Okay.
It's not. It doesn't. We are looking at the whole year, and so if you say it's below normal, even one day rain can cause destruction, depending on the volume that will come at that moment.
I guess it also depends on what normal is.
So that's what I'm saying. That's why I explained the normal to mean matching the 30-year average with what we are expecting this year in general.
Okay.
But within it, there are rainfall that are going to happen that will come with thunderstorm and wind and with a lot of force. And so it still can cause troubles when the rain comes. That's why we expect our citizens and our stakeholders to be following this. Because as we give this year forecast, every quarter we update it. Every 10 days we update it. Every week we give a forecast. And then every day, every 6 hours we give a forecast to validate the one that we have said.
Is there an online place where people can go to get reliable information on what to expect in terms of weather on a weekly basis, on a daily basis, made by your agency? Yes.
Yeah, so we are using Facebook, Twitter, we are using WhatsApp. We have various WhatsApp groups that when we issue the weather forecast, it goes to all this platform. I have a website that we use, and then we deal with the media as well when we issue the forecast. We have strategic institutions like NADMO, police, and other institutions that get our weather forecast direct. And so they use it for their preparedness. So we can put, the WhatsApp groups are for the public. We create and disseminate information on this platform. I also spoke about the weather information dissemination system called WITS that we are working on that will come with a short code. As we speak, we have a short code. I can't get it off head right straight away. With the coastal people, our fisher folks, who take our weather because it's very dangerous, good on the sea with a turbulent sea. And so when we give the weather, we know some of them may not be able to read and write. We are fishermen, and given the nature of the sea, you go and host a flag. If the sea is going to be very rough, he hooks a red flag. If it's going to be medium, a yellow, and when it's going to be cool, he hosts green flag. So if a fisher folk and you are going, you see this flag.
And then you know what to expect. You also advise aviation when it comes to flights.
Excellently. When it comes to, in fact, aviation consumes more than 60% of the weather we do. And every airport, we have Met station there and Met office there. If you have, all of us have flight before, the enemy of the aircraft and the pilot is the weather. The wind and then the clouds affects the flight. And so they depend on us to give this information to the pilots, communicate through their air controllers. And so if we don't give accurate and reliable weather, aviation will be affected. So if Ghana once became the best aviation safety in the sub-region, GMET played a very strong role in there.
GMET played a strong role. I'll give you final thoughts on how human activities may affect, especially with climate change, may affect some of the things that we see with rainfall patterns in Ghana. You've already mentioned not to choke up the gutters and to desilt and all that. What would be your final words?
Yes,
DJ?
Very important. We have a lot of role to play. Now what do? We burn bush. Yesterday I was driving on the whole road, and where the monkey sanctuary is, the place is burnt. That burning affects the climate. We burnt rubbish, we throw rubbish around, it affects. Even the way we live now in our homes, when it rains, the water is supposed to seep into the soil and then evaporate and go and form the clouds and then rain again. But what do? First, concrete. Now we are even tiling the surface. So where is the rain going to seep? It has to run off. As it's running off, so where is it going to go? And the places that it has to pass, we are building houses that we are not supposed to build there. And then we are creating problem for ourselves. And then as we are doing things to reroll the ozone, the heat that is coming is, higher than before. And as heat is increasing, we are melting the ice. As we are melting the ice, the ocean is coming up. and then you're having tsunamis and things like that.
It sounds like you have your whole department who will have your hands full with all these activities and all these predictions that should really go towards helping us make better choices in terms of our lives today and how it affects our future, the future of our lives and our children and our country. And we wish you the very best as you celebrate World Meteorological Day today.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Mr. Eric Esuman is the Director General of the Ghana Meteorological Agency, and he's here to talk about today's celebration of World Meteorological Day every year on the 23rd of March. Today, he's told us about how the weather affects every aspect of our lives, even fishing and flying. And so it's up to us to make the responsible choices to keep our lives, our environment, and our property safe, especially as the rains have started in parts of Accra today. This is GTV Breakfast. We'll be back.
Hello. Miawezo. Welcome to the Yellow Couch. Guys, it's open. It's What's on Your Mind. What's on Your Mind? That's the segment today. What's on Your Mind? The number to call is 054-366-4264. Now, these are the points on the table. We are talking the extension of the SIM card registration exercise. We're talking the selection of the Black Star squad for the Nigeria clash. So, hey guys, call in and tell us what you think. The number to call is 054-366-4264. We'll take a quick break and hear some quick credit. We'll be right back.
Hey, tell me more.
Put there. Welcome back, guys. So in studio we are having a mad session. The time now is What's on Your Mind. The number to call is 054-366-4264. We're talking extension of the SIM card registration exercise, the selection of the Black Star squad for the Nigerian clash. So now, let me read this. The Ghana Football Association has sent its goodwill messages to 6 players who could not join the Black Star squad for the playoffs against Nigeria due to injuries. According to the FA, Majid Ashimeru, Antoine Semenyo, Baba Abdul Rahman, Samuel Owusu, Richmond, and Kamaldeen Suleimana were all handed call-ups to the senior national team and were expected to report to camp on March 20, 2020, but failed to join the rest of the squad due to injuries at their respective club sites. The number, our phone lines are open, guys, 054-366-4264. So I have T, Kaf, and Maltiti joining me on set. Me, I know the Nigerian-Ghana match. I'm not going to watch it. You guys, are you going to be watching it? Yeah. Kaf, any prophecy? Be careful. You might be damperized, so be careful.
We need a 3-0. So that when if we have 3-0 in our back pocket, when we go to Nigeria, we can relax.
Yeah. We don't want any economics.
We need a 3-0.
So we don't want any Black Stars economics. If Ghana wins and we draw and somebody scores 2 goals, then we qualify. No. Win both games. That's all.
Right, we have a caller online. Good morning. Kindly tell us your name and where you're calling us from. And what you want to say?
Good morning, lovely people. My name is Gary, calling from Oyarifa.
Right, thank you for calling us.
Malam Kapi Day. Give me the goal score line. How much? How many goals are we scoring?
3.
3. Sign and seal. Sign and seal. All the best. Nice day, people.
Right, thank you for calling us. Thank you.
Don't make don't make Tigari a liar.
You can make predictions as well. Okay, you can make predictions. I said predictions, so not prophecies, because you will be damperized. The number to call is 054-366-4264. So, Maltiti, come on, you're a sports lady. What are your general thoughts? What are your expectations? Give us. Come on, give us.
I don't want to put my hopes too high. Okay. And then it will just be squashed like that. The year just started. I'm just looking forward to.
What's the disclaimer?
So once the year
shots fired.
Ending the year in the middle of the year. So if anything happens, Charlie, let's track it and then move on. But the guys are solid. I think the team.
We have a caller. Okay. Hold on. You're fine too much. Good morning. Thank you for calling GTV Breakfast. What's your name, please?
Yeah, good morning, Robert. I'm calling from Lima.
Righty. Oh, Nima, you're a neighbor right here. Pass by and say hello. What do you want us to know?
Yeah, you people, you are doing the work for the Master Ghana. I like the way people you are doing the research throughout the month. And my view is, why we have big men in this country, they go to school, whereby we are just, let's say, GSS, or we don't go far. But we have a big men, and they can do something for this registration for this SIM card. My sister, 5 years to come or 10 years to come, they may ask us to go back to go and do the same thing that we are doing. Why can't you do something once and for all? Oh, we have problem. Oh, no. It's not a matter of laughing. I can see you laughing. I'm very serious. We should do something about it. When they come, they say, they are book close. Thank you very much.
Thank you for calling. People are choosing violence. We like that.
Choose violence. Peace. Peace does not have all the answers.
Yeah. You have a normal happy face. So it's not as if you were laughing.
No, I'm sorry. I wasn't laughing. Yes.
Normal
the number is 05436644264. Titi, yes, you were telling us.
Yeah, so I was saying that I feel this crop of players, they are young, they have hot blood. So if they go all out, I mean, regardless of the fact that we've lost some very good players who are not part of the team now because of injury, the GFA has sent them good remedies. Let's see how we can invest into these boys on the field on Friday, and then all our gods and our priests together combined, the oracles. Let's pray for goodwill that we will come out victorious, because the Nigerian boys won't be playing too. They won't be playing. Yeah.
We have a caller. Thank you for calling us. What's your name, please?
Hello.
Good morning. Thank you for calling us. What's your name?
I'm Foster calling from Adozo.
Right, Foster, thank you. What's on your mind?
Oh, I think Nigeria will beat Ghana 9-3 aggregate.
Nigeria will beat Ghana how much?
9-3 aggregate.
9 goals for Nigeria and 3 for Ghana.
Yes.
Oh,
you are really choosing violence. Why? Why is this margin?
Okay, choose speed.
We don't have to. It's hard time Ghanaians should speak the truth. We don't have the team. And if you exercise, Ghana shouldn't go.
It's a demolition exercise.
We die for years.
We die.
Your comments has frozen our Okofo. He's shocked.
What control is difficult for us. Everything is nothing. And we are going to be disgraced. 9-3 aggregates against Ghana.
Oh,
but
you know,
Fufu's
disgrace is also the soup's disgrace. Then all of us have been thrown under the
I know. I personally, I'm not going to watch the match because I do not want to be disappointed. So.
But you hear the scores later.
Whether
you watch it or not,
you hear the scores.
You hear about it.
It's better not to watch you. Yes. Thank you for calling us. We wish you an amazing Wednesday. Okay. Thank you. The hashtag to follow is GTV Breakfast. Therefore, you disagree.
I'm sorry for that.
Well,
you go to him in spirit.
I've already visited.
Who else is excited? Who else is excited that the re-registration exercise has been extended? I am. Yes, but I'm excited because most of the time I see these queues all the time. The queues are still there, so
it's not fair to the people of Ghana. To be
they buy
like
credit.
This.
They queue in this hot sun with all the stress that's happening with the economy.
KKD said one of his staff has been there 12 times. Still no card.
12
times. Yes, waste of time. This is premium. What we saw today was premium service.
The 250 Ghana.
Yeah, you do all this just to go pay 250. Forget it.
My friend will say 2.5.
No. We have a caller. Good morning. What's your name, please? What's your name, please?
My name is Derek Dunk.
Thank you, Derek, for calling GTV Breakfast. What's on your mind?
Yes, I want to speak to Dogby.
Dogby has your ears.
Dogby
talk.
Alex, I support everything that we are doing. You understand? So I want you to predict for us.
Your work is hard.
I'm a tongue.
I'm a tongue.
Yes. Aquamelio.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Miracle has spoken. So, there's a friend of mine who also went to, I'm not going to mention, went to go and register and sat there in the queue for a long time only to be told that, oh, you can't do it here, you have to go to another place. And this was in Tema 21, and she had to go all the way to Ashaman and had to stay in the queue for like 5 hours for something that takes less than 30 minutes to do.
A lady at the GRA office disrespected my mother so much when they came to Ghana for a funeral and decided to take advantage to register their SIM. I haven't finished.
Hand that over to me. Hand that over to me. Hand that over to me.
Good morning. Thank you for calling us. What's on your mind?
Deal with her.
Yes, I'm this one is supporting the console on the screen.
Right.
Because the tradition is what I also had in my dream. That Ghana is going to win by itself. The speaker who was making to this about 9 years, he just saying something to scare or console. But I'm telling you console that the tradition is coming true. That is my message. What I mean. Yo, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Patriotic citizen.
Thank you very much. You guys are very patriotic.
Yes.
Thank you.
Let's
remember the phone line is still open, 054-366-4264. You can also join the conversation if you can't call on our WhatsApp number 055-61034, and we'll read some of the messages. We are still talking about the extension of the SIM registration exercise and then the selection of the Black Star Squad. About a very unfortunate situation with your mom and somebody at GRA.
The lady who was with the NIA at the GRA office near Accra Academy office totally disrespected my mother. Because perhaps we were in mourning in December. My uncle's funeral was just coming up in a few days. So I don't know if she just looked at the person standing before her in her, you know, morning outfit and concluded that this was somebody she could go to town
and
with.
Disrespect. Hold on to the violence. we have a caller. Thank you for calling us. What's on your mind? Hello. Oops.
Hello.
Hi. Good morning. What's on your mind? Tell us where you're calling us from and your name, please.
I think the number I used to call you.
What is your name?
My number.
What is your name?
My name is Kofi Obenge.
Thank you.
Okay. What's on your mind?
What do you want to say?
I say Ghana will score 3-0.
Thank you.
It's like the three
against Nigeria.
Yes.
I told you that already.
Thank you. You are agreeing with our Uncle for our in-house Uncle for. Thank you very much for calling TV Breakfast.
In-house one.
Yes, in-house Uncle for now.
The thing is, we all want the Black Stars to score. But then on the Ghana card issue, the staff should just be polite to people. These are Ghanaians just like you. Just because you have been given the opportunity to be in the office facilitating this process, I'm feeding you with my taxes to do this for me, to offer me a service, to offer your fellow Ghanaian a service. You have no business disrespecting anybody and treating people like less of human beings. How dare you? If I had stepped into that office at GRA, so is it okay for me to rant?
No, it's okay. No, violence ends here. We have a caller. We have a caller.
Over to me.
Thank you for calling us. What's your name, please?
My name is Obenge.
Came again?
Okay, you've called us again. What do you want to tell us again?
This is for the second leg, I think.
This is for the when we go to Nigeria.
According to the film, how I see the talking on the film, the man with the shaking all the time is nothing. But I say Ghana will go. Please.
Thank you for the double confirmation.
Thank you.
We wish you well.
But you know, people can also consult their own good.
Yes,
it's not only us.
No. Thank you for calling us.
I don't care about theirs. I care about mine.
T's complaint and T's rant this morning. When it comes to customer service in Ghana, it is poor. It is poor. And we've had people raise this issue over and over again.
I called ECG yesterday because in one night, my lights go off and come back on 20 times before daybreak at 4 a.m. And I'm asking, what is the problem? If there's a fault, just turn it off, fix it and turn it back on. Imagine going to bed at 9 p.m. and the lights keep coming on and off. Every time it goes off, you go and turn the freezer off. Turn the AC off. And then it comes back on. You get up, turn it on. Until 3 in the morning. ECG. That's what's on my mind this morning.
Relax. We have a caller.
Hit them up.
Thank you for calling us, please. What's your name?
I'm Philip from Univer.
Delmer's countryman. Thank you for calling us. What's on your mind?
Yeah, I want to talk about Black Stars versus Nigeria.
Okay, tell us.
Yeah, my prediction will be 2-1 against Nigeria.
2-1. We know.
Okay, do you want to maybe take it a step further and tell us who you think might actually score those 2 goals?
Maybe the strikers that we have on board.
Afenajan.
And the strikers we are having on board. Maybe I will predict.
He has forgotten the name of the strikers.
Give him the list.
So
refresh his mind.
So
the list will come up.
Afenajan, our producers will put it on the screen. There's Afenajan. We have Jordan Ayew. Guys, come on, help me out here. Come on, help me out.
Motiti has the list.
Okay.
Yes. Let me just run you through the list.
Thank you, Motiti.
In a bit.
So there's Jordan Ayew.
There's
Afenajan.
There's Kwesi and Christopher Entry.
And then.
So yes, Jordan Ayew.
Now she catches up.
Yes, the guys who came from abroad to join the team. We have Jordan Ayew, and Jordan Ayew. There's been a lot of talk on social media.
He's been trending for 2 days. We have a caller. Thank you for calling us. You happen to be our last caller. What's your name?
My name is Chike John Emodi.
Are you a Nigerian?
I'm typical Nigerian.
I'm a Nigerian. Okay, what are your predictions?
The battle.
Okay.
Good
morning, Tim.
Good morning. What are your predictions?
We are going to beat Ghana 3-0.
Yes, 3-0.
Yeah.
For the
we are bros. Why?
Why, Inko?
Thank you for calling us. We're wishing you an amazing day. I'll comfort to you, sir. Okonfo, give ham.
Niger Jollof better pass Ghana Jollof.
We bind them.
See, Okonfo no go talk them, Nigeria.
We are binding them. But big shout to all our Nigerian fans. We know that many of you watch us, especially at Tiptoe Lane. We love you. This is all just to improve on the loves that we already share, and we are happy that we are beating you on Friday.
I will actually be hitting Tiptoe Lane this morning.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, interact with them. What are your predictions, guys? Watch out for me.
Yes, watch out for Motiti.
And so, yeah. It's a wrap on GTV Breakfast. Thank you for staying with us from 5:55 a.m. up until this time. We know you have been educated, you've been entertained, you've been informed, and hey, we've had some amazing predictions in studio, and we are still celebrating Heritage Month. And so if you go out there, the hashtag to follow is GTV Breakfast. Catch the whole show again at 11 p.m. tonight on GTV. Bye.
Guy wanna say